Okie dokie, gearing up for Friday night, party night. What are we gonna do? Oh god, I'm starting with yawning. That's a bad sign. Not that I'm tired, just that if I start yawning, I tend to keep yawning. Anyway, I have to decide what cocktail I'm going to make. Cocktails. What cocktail video or videos? A Gold Rush. Watching a Gold Rush. Whiskey, Fernet, lemon, ginger, honey. Maybe. White Dragon. That is a margarita with lemon juice instead of lime juice. A Forefathers. That's just with a special sweetener. A Sunstone. Tequila Amaro Blanco. San Francisco. Orange. That one's orange juice. I don't have any orange juice. Pearl of Puebla. Calls for oregano, but who the fuck cares? Mezcal, yellow chartreuse, absinthe, lime juice. I mean, that sounds pretty good. I might make that. Hey, Loogie. Yes. I mean, I don't think there's any more appropriate thing to do for Tommy Chong's birthday. And somehow the fuckers lived to almost 90. Don't know how. Okay, so maybe Pearl of Puebla. Oh, and one of these Italian ones, the Fanciulli. Just look up recommended method of serving. Let me see. I want Difford's Guide. That's what I want. Hey, honey. And hi, Micro. You're tired. Well, it's very early morning for you, if memory serves correct. So tired is a perfectly reasonable thing for you to be. All right. I'm just going to look up a couple things before I decide what to make. Fancy free. Fanciulli. I thought that was going to be served up. But what's in a fancy free? I like the sound of being fancy free. Whiskey, maraschino, bitters. That's an old-fashioned variation. Cocktail Guide and... That's a fun name for a book. Cocktail Guide and Lady's Companion. There you can see. Wow. Dash of biz, 3 dashes of aromatic, 2 dashes of orange. 5/12, you fussy fuck. Do 6/12. So, we talk about famous New York coffee. What famous New York coffee? Well, it's more a New York City thing, and I think you're not a New York City guy. I think, and I also get if you're joking. Yeah, no, that's actually pop culture vibe. New York is a coffee city, like Melbourne. Someone's told you a good espresso. Yeah, I feel like that's a pop culture thing that New York is a coffee city. A more aggressive city, like Sydney rather than Melbourne, which is a bit more relaxed. Never actually heard it. Well, maybe we're wrong, man. Maybe we're wrong. I don't know. Fancy free is just an old fashioned. Okay. So, Flaming Henry. That's a fun name for a drink. Let's set Henry on fire. Call him a Flaming Henry. Does that do number 2? Yep. Okay, that's served up. That's what I thought. Yolanda. I love cocktail names sometimes. There's one called Kiss the Boys Goodbye. Cognac, sloe gin, lemon juice, and sugar syrup. And Foma. I mean, that sounds like a good drink too, but it's such a fun name. Kiss the Boys Goodbye. Yes, I didn't think you were a New York City boy. It's its own shitty thing. That's fair. Lukey's agreeing with you. Not caught dead in New York City. Too poor. Yeah, it is one of the expensive cities of the world, up with like Hong Kong and Singapore and Sydney, and not that far behind Melbourne. Jesus, that's a not a badge of honor to be one of the most expensive cities in the world. Kiss the boys goodbye. I'm going to make that tonight, but Plaza Vieja. Da-da-da. Plaza. Yes, okay, that is served that way. Plaza Vieja. Oof, this is going to be a beast of a drink. All right, I'm going to make a Plaza Vieja. What's this other Plaza drink? Plaza Antigua. Añejo tequila and whiskey and cognac. Benedictine. All right, I'm going to have to write that one down before I forget it. Okay. Okay, Plaza Antigua. Oh, and you got your bike. That is good. Oh, okay. See, to each their own. I like silly and cutesy drink names. You don't like a drink called Kiss the Boys Goodbye. Oh, well. We're all individuals. Oh, I'm not. Right. Okay. But I was going to make a note of this one. The Plaza. Oh, wait. God damn it. Plaza Antigua. Alrighty. Let's have a okay, what the fuck? Come on, honestly. Things not working when I click on them is really annoying. Plaza Antigua. Where are we? Okay. 30 mils añejo tequila. And then 15 mils whiskey. What are we doing? 15. Oh, wait. What the fuck? Seriously. Fucking Computers. 15 mils of whiskey. 15 mils of cognac. And what's next? 7.5 mils of Benedictine. Benedictine. And what do we round out with? A whole ounce of vermouth. Okay. 30 mils sweet vermouth. And 2 dashes Peychaud's. 2 dashes Peychaud's bitters. Serve that. Serve that good boy right there. Plaza Antigua. Alrighty. Yes. I don't think it's the thought of kissing the homies that bothers Micro. He just doesn't like the name of the drink. And look, that's the thing. If you don't like it when people name drinks like that, I don't mind. That's your thing. I'll do my thing where I find silly names like that quite entertaining. And it's not that's not a pun. That's just a weird name for a drink. I particularly like drinks that have puns in the name. Yeah, I don't know. Slow start to the night. I'm sure people will roll up at some point. I'm gonna get my shit together and make a cocktail in a minute. Ah, Plaza Vieja. So that is mezcal. I'm gonna do Mara Montenegro. Sorry. Just also looking up the history of this one very quickly. So I've got that in mind. Plaza Vieja. Okay, Plaza Vieja. We are good. I know what all those things are. And I'm going to make it. Okay. Oh, good. So these are micro. Hey, Strictly Sega, by the way. But it's more like everyone hates me if they're not here. All right. I got to get this ready. And then I wasn't going to make a tropical drink, and then I realized I didn't have the ingredients for it. So I'm wearing this really tropical shirt, and I'm not making a really tropical drink. Okay. Get that out. Ooh. Actually, I got to do this little trick. My glass is not my ice is not tempered. It's still got friggin' frost on it. I'll fix that by applying a blowtorch. This is quite counterintuitive to me. Because if I put water on this, the ice would probably crack because of the sudden change in temperature. But if you apply fire, it doesn't crack, which seems weird to me. Right. Let's start to get something together. Oh yeah, strictly Sega. If you're into it, I've got the box of vinyl, the last box of vinyl here too, which I had last week, and for some reason we didn't get around to it. All right. So that's for maybe when I settle down. Settle down, settle down. Do 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 do. How you bound? Okay. Okay. Lifetime Band. That's another fun name for a drink. Julie Plaza Vieja. Do. Okay. Well, let's get this happening. All right, screw you. Screw you in place. The fuck? Okay. Right. Slowly get my shit together. Want a little mixing glass out here. Mixing glass. Okay. Amaro, Montenegro, and Benedictine. Montenegro. And where did I put my Benedictine? That's my Benedictine. Okay. Amaro, Montenegro, Benedictine, Mezcal. My Peloton de la Muerte. aka Death Squad. And it's got some worms in it, which is very non-traditional. And in fact, they don't actually come from that bottle. I've been transferring those worms between bottles for somewhere in the region of 10 years now. Somewhere between 5 and 10 years. I'm bad with time. Okay, aromatic bitters. Aromatic bitters. And Ceylon. Okay. And to get all of this together. Wait, we do cognac. All right, so in that case, I am. Let me get this Martell. Okay. Blue Swift Spirit Drink. Okay. Ooh. It's a whole one, two, there was one more than I thought. Okay. One more ingredient than I thought was in here. Oh, that was a satisfying noise. Oof, all the booze wafts coming out of these. And again, Ceylon. Okay. Are we all good? We overthinking and shit? Oh, yeah. Cocktail making is a hobby that makes weed look cheap. No two ways about it. Yeah, I don't smoke anything. Rarely indulge in anything apart from alcohol, but give me a chance. It's more, it's more opportunity and motivation. I've like not got a moral stance against the droogs or anything like that. Yeah, okay, what are we doing here? Okay. Okay, let's start this. Yeah. Mezcal. Maro Montenegro. We'll get the good old glug, glug, glug there. Some Benedictine. One dash of Angostura and 2 drops of saline. Okay, that's the ingredients. Now we are going to add some ice. Woo! Okay, adding ice, adding ice, adding ice. Okay. Ooh, before we start, this is where my new cheese slicer comes in. How's this? Cuts it really thick. Huh. God damn it, I am going to have to practice this. Fuck. Okay, there are certain basic bartendering things that I'm shit at. Oh, I should also get a cherry while I'm thinking of it. Okay. Ugh. Got a cherry. Okay, it's busy bloody diluting while I fuck around. Fuck yeah. That tastes good. Yeah. All right. That actually looks pretty good with my sexy clear eyes. Oh. Taking a picture. Oh, actually, I just think it looks better if the lids are on the bottles. Let's go. All right, let's take a picky. Put it to my nail. Do you still? Come on, face the front. That looks pretty good to me. Okay. Now I do the talky bit, and then I'm going to do the city down and talky do bit. Let's do that, brighten that up. Switching on the audio recorder. And the memory card's locked. Okay. I swear to God, this camera is fucking with me. All right, that's better. Is that crooked? Okay. I'm so bad at telling if those pictures are crooked or not. All right. Let's do this. All right, ready to go. Which bottles are knocking against each other here? Okay. G'day, cocktail lovers. My favorite sort of cocktails are the boozy, stirred down ones, particularly ones that New Orleans is famous for. And one of my all-time favorites is the Vieux Carré. And there are quite a few riffs on that. And this is one of them. And it substitutes some mezcal in place of the whiskey that's normally in there. And so giving it a Spanish name, this is the Plaza Vieja, which both of those names, Vieux Carré and Plaza Vieja, translate as the old square. It's a particular part of New Orleans. So, and this was also an excuse to use some of my sexy clear ice. It just looks so good in the glass. But I really want to know how this one tastes because I've never tasted it before. Oh, that does not disappoint. It's got the richness I associate with a Vieux Carré, and the mezcal is just giving it this earthy, smoky character. It's a really nice variation. I'll take you through the ingredients because there is a few of them. There is cognac in this, and I'm using this from Martell Blue Swift. This is technically not cognac. What it is cognac that's been finished in ex-bourbon barrels. And the rules around cognac, you can't market it as cognac if you do that. It has to be a new French oak. So Martell, quite famous for their cognacs, have done a little bit of a twist and finished it in a bourbon barrel. I just thought that was appropriate for a drink that's usually cognac and whiskey. So some cognac that was finished in a whiskey barrel. As I said, there's mezcal in place of the whiskey in this one. This is the one I have, Peloton de la Muerte, translates as Death Squad. A little bit heady for a drink, but this is what gives it the nice smokiness. And there's two other more herbal elements there. Amaro Montenegro rather than the sweet vermouth that's usually in a Vieux Carré. And there is a bit of Benedictine, which you would usually get in a Vieux Carré and other New Orleans drinks as well. And they bring a lovely sweet and herbal element to this drink. Those elements all come together to form this really nice boozy number, the Plaza Vieja. This is how we make it. In a mixing glass, put 1 ounce or 30 mils of cognac or the brandy of your choice, then 1 ounce or 30 mils of mezcal, follow that with 1 ounce or 30 mils of Amaro Montenegro, and then around a third of an ounce or 10 mils of Benedictine, and then rounding things out, we're doing 1 dash of aromatic bitters and 2 drops of a saline solution to make the flavors pop. Add ice to the glass, stir that for 20 to 25 seconds to chill and dilute the drink, and then straining that into a rocks glass over a big chunk of ice, preferably sexy clear ice. I'm just going with a simple garnish of a strip of orange peel. And as I do like to promote when I use the sexy clear ice, it not only looks good, I've got the method that is very easy and doesn't need special equipment, and there will be a link, maybe right about now on the screen, to the video showing you how to do it. I kind of owe the inspiration of that to Uncle Pete from Uncle Pete's Cocktail Shop. My method's slightly different, but it's inspired by his method, and I do really like it. I like how it looks, and it's just fun to have this element in the cocktail. So I think you should try both making the clear ice and making the Plaza Vieja. Both guarantee you a good time in my book. And I hope you'll come back for a good time another time. Until I do see you again, I will say cheers. All right, I've got a boozy drink and I'm going to add my cherry, even though I didn't want to for the video. I want to for myself, though. All right, I'm going to rain a little bit more in here. There we go. There we go. Now I'm going to sit down, and I may or may not make another cocktail video later. I have not decided. Let me switch a few things off. Switch those off. That there. Switch that light over there. Bring a chair in. All right, and we're back. We're back. Is the moon really bright tonight? I hadn't noticed. Is it close to full? Ooh, neat. More mead. That does sound like fun. Brewing your own is fun. You can put your own flavors in. Oh, fucking yum. I like the mezcal. It puts like a barbecue smoke element in there. For me, it's very meaty. Right? Like, God, I had a really good burger for dinner. It's reminding me of that. Double beef, double bacon. Dangerous and reckless of me. Okay, move Plaza Vieja over there. The other media combination. Gin, sweet vermouth, and sherry. Okay, so I got this from Punch Drink. Ooh, that's served in this too. Oh, hell, I'm making the media combination. Sherry. Okay, so what's the background to a media combination? Nice. You made cinnamon, sugar, and raisin oatmeal for breakfast. That sounds really good. I have a cinnamon sugar syrup, which I really like. It's not just cinnamon, it's a whole bunch of cookies. Man, that is fucking good. Yeah. Boy, that's a good drink, boy. And I get to double up with the clear ice drink as well. Now that I noticed that one on my list, media combinación is served over ice. So I'm going to serve it over ice. Dry gin, sweet vermouth, sherry. Oh, I'll just have to duck out and get my sherry. Do 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 do. Oh, and my sweet vermouth for that matter. Dang. But that's okay. We can do that. We cruise on into the evening. And who the heck knows what the heck else I'm going to get up to? For heckin' sure. Mm. Man, that's a fucking class drink, that one. God damn. I like it when I make a good drink. That's an 8 to 9 out of 10, that one. That is really fucking good. But then again, the Vieux Carré is one of my all-time favorites. So I'm not surprised I like this variation. Got like 2 other, or maybe even now 3 other variations of it to try. God, that would be a fucking awesome way to get shit-faced, to get absolutely Tim Smithed. I'm going to do 4 variations of the Vieux Carré in one night and get fucked up. I might save the others for another night. But maybe aiming to get Tim Smithed tonight. Who knows? Well, actually, I know. I know that is far more likely than not. All right, so it's interesting. My first experience with this cheese slicer, trying to slice the citrus. I need to practice. Where did this go? Got it. Just fucking. And I'll let you on a secret. This wasn't actually cheap. I said, can I do it over here? It just fucking goes deep straight away. Okay. This is going under fucking failed experiment, quite honestly. God damn it. Easy to, man, it's weird how bad I am at peeling citrus and getting an even peel, though. Like I said, some very basic skills I'm very basic at. I'm a basic bitch. Tasty, 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 tasty. Very much enjoying that. Oh, no, I'm not drunk yet. It's just the first drink. Look at this. See, I'm even, it's because I spent so long thinking about it at the start of the stream. 40 minutes in, and I haven't even finished my first drink. It's almost like I'm being responsible. Oh, man. No, this just does not work. Très disappointed. That's me. Color me disappointed. Because this is not working for me. This is not working at all. Fuck it. Fuck it. Did I see what you said before about being away from the PC? No, let's just say I didn't, and I don't know what you're referring to, and you'll probably have to tell me again, just so I can be up to speed. Oh, fuck! Oh, yum! That is good stuff. Yep. Nope. Yeah. I don't know. Do 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 do. Maybe I'll make a version of a fancy free later too. Who knows? Ah, mm, mm. That shit's yummy, dude. It's yummy. Ha. But all good things come to an end, including that cocktail. So, I'm gonna make another cocktail, but I have to go out and get Mesfit Vermouth and Ma Chérie Amour. And I think I'll get a non-alcoholic drink while I'm out there too. Although I was thinking of using it to make a highball, which would be an alcoholic drink. I don't usually do like whiskey highballs, which is, long tradition of them. It's just not something I usually drink. Because I like this mineral water and I think it would go well with a whiskey in a highball. I might do it. Hey, Greg, how you doing? Loogie, suddenly wild hawks attack. First item here. Well, look, it's still my cheese slicer that's just to my left. So I could really peel the outer layer of skin off them and they wouldn't be happy. I'll tell you that much for free. I wouldn't kill them. I would just piss them off. Although also, I mean, just notice if they're very little orcs, I've got a corkscrew and I can run it and just fucking stab them with a corkscrew. Which also has a tiny, it's like a little saw. It's tiny. And that's actually for cutting the foil of champagne bottles. So in short, I am not going to do very well. Here's the other cheese slicer I had, which was kind of blunt. These don't work for me. So I spent money on this cheese slicer. Well, maybe it'll be good for cheese. I'm just going to buy some big fucking blocks of cheese because I fucking love cheese. Okay. Yum. So which one do I say I'm going to do? Media combinación. Okay. So I got to go out momentarily and get sweet vermouth and sherry. I'll be back very quickly. Wait a sec. How do they also present the media combinación? Just with an orange peel or a lemon twist? Anyway, I'll be gone. It'll be less than 60 seconds. Not even going to put anything there. Oh. Okay. Oh. Just a tiny bit of vermouth left in this bottle, probably enough for this drink. I do have replacement bottles, so that's okay. Okay, I gotta clear some things that way. Let's get our shit together. Come on. Get all your shit. Put all your shit over there. Just get all your shit sorted. Okay. Some shit. Take shit and put it up on the wall. Get some fuck and stick it up on the wall. Then you got a fuck shit stack. A fuck shit stack. Who knows that song from about? I don't know. 15 years ago? Longer? Reggie Watts, fuck shit stack? I like women. I like the concept of women. I like to take the concept and reduce it to an object. Huh. Why do I think there should be room for this? Anyway, putting stuff back in the mysterious cupboard of mystery. Ugh. Who knows what's in here? Sex hats? Maybe. That goes there. That goes there. Okay. Clearing stuff away, getting other stuff ready. Gin, I think, is what else is in the media combination. Wait, where the fuck is it? It was here somewhere. There it is, media combination. Oh, drops of bitters. Wait, what sort of bitters do they? What sort of bitters is it? Aromatic. Welcome, welcome. Have a seat. Relax. Okay. Angostura bitters. Okay. So that's there. We want some dry gin. Navy strength gin. Not tonight. This will do. Archie Rose. Okay, let's get everything ready here. Going to be some residual flavor from the mezcal in particular. But it's a video, so people won't know. No one knows if I lie on videos. But you all know, so you're not allowed to tell anyone that I regularly lie. Right. 3/4 of an ounce of gin. All right. 1 ounce of sweet vermouth. And I'm privileged. Ooh, I know what I'm going to do with that, actually. I know exactly what I'm going to do with that. Off cam, well, it's not going to be a video. Sherry and bitters. Okay. Right. Okay. We're good. I'm good. I'm pretty good. Thanks for asking. That's mighty thoughtful. I'm good. I'm pretty good. I'm good, but not great. How are you? Because I'm kind of awful. All right. I'm going to 10. There we go. Okay. Ready. Say 1/3 of an ounce. And my dash of it is. Okay. That's that part. Now, we added some ice. And I think we're leaving it some more. Oh, it's a pretty colour from that. Tell you what, this vermouth I have such an amazing red colour. Give cocktails a great colour. Okay. And let's oof. That. Wait, where's the fucking it's Feast of Orange. Twist in my sobriety. Come in, you fucker. Come out, you fucker. Don't you give me shit, you fucker. Alright, I gotcha. Cheeky fuck. Oh, shit, what the hell? Okay, now we're ready to go. Go. Oops, lock the knife. It's interesting. Okay. That there. How's that? I'll put that about there. And we strain this in. And twist of the. All right. That's the drink he made. Take a photo of the drink. Get a photo of the drink. Yep, I'll put the stoppers back in because I just think it looks better. Twist in my burning. Oh. Alrighty. Alright. Take a photo of this. Alright. Und now, this is only a short one, but a short talk. Is that Toby? How you doing? All right, turn this on and this on. That'll do. That'll do. G'day, cocktail lovers. This is a Spanish cocktail that probably dates back more than 100 years. Had a few recipes over the years. This is called the Media Combinacion. I'm going to give it a taste. Oh, this is a particularly good sort of after dinner, late night sipper. Some really great flavors in this. Here's how we make it. In a mixing glass, put 3/4 of an ounce, or around 22.5 mils of dry gin, then 1 ounce or 30 mils of sweet vermouth, then 1/3 of an ounce, around 10 mils of sherry, and then a light dash of aromatic bitters. Add ice to the glass, strain the glass, stir that for 20 to 25 seconds to chill and dilute the drink, then strain it into a glass over a big chunk of ice, preferably sexy clear ice. For garnish, going with a simple citrus twist. This is lighter than a lot of cocktails, but a very good way to end an evening, or honestly, have this one anytime. The media combinación. Cheers. And we're done with making videos for the night. I really don't think I'll make another one, because I'm so stupidly far advanced. And Greg and Honey are gonna help me do another special one next weekend, if it all comes together. Oh, fuck you. Sorry, things were getting tangled up, and so I was swearing at them. Switch this light off. And I'm gonna come and sit down. Okay. Hello, Dr. Abigail. Tommy Chong of Cheech and Chong. Dope Fiend. Thanks, Toby. I like this shirt too. This was in my last lot of purchases, several months ago now. But this was in my most recent lot of purchases. I now have many more tropical drinks than I used to. Last round had a bunch of tropical ones. Have I ever thought of creating an angry flag? Just say STFU in big letters. I mean, I've done stranger things, quite honestly. Yeah, when I was looking at things today, there was a couple of things I could have, put in. It's reputed to be the day that Manhattan Island was sold by the native peoples to a Dutch dude for the equivalent of $1,000, which is pretty outrageous. Well, in Micro's defense, sometimes, and I'm not pointing fingers, some people pretend that they don't know something they don't, but you clearly don't, but that's okay. From the famed, they were most famous in the 70s. Cheech and Chong doing the Stoner movies, maybe into the early 80s. Although he kept doing stuff, like he was on That 70s Show for a while. And Cheech Marin, his sidekick, actually had a bigger film career. He was a semi-serious actor, really. Cheech Marin did a lot over the years. But yes, they rose to fame with stoner humor in albums. I don't think I ever had Cheech and Chong on vinyl, but I had definitely had friends who did. They made movies and they made comedy albums. I guess they probably performed live as well, but I don't really know. I have no idea what the Evil Bong series of films is, Strictly Sega. It sounds like something Tommy Chong would do or Cheech Marin would do. But yeah, they had a bit of a falling out and didn't do anything together for age. I don't think they hate each other. Did they make music? They had music in their films, which they may or may not have written and performed. I don't know. They weren't famous for doing music, though. Yes, okay. The Evil Bong series of films are horror films. An Evil Bong. Okay. Okay, this one's okay. It's a bit of a letdown to make a drink that's just okay after having made one that was fucking awesome. Oh, God, my hands are all sticky from something. I'm sorry, I'm going to disappear very briefly to wash my hands because it's annoying how sticky they are. Ah, goodness me. It's good that there's a bathroom just across the hall. I can wash my hands. Yeah, sticky from something. Yes, you're not a stoner. I appreciate that. And they are a little bit before your time. They're more my time. Elder Gen X rather than younger Gen X. Ugh. Oh God. Which one of them's in Zootopia? Cheech Marin or Tommy Chong? Well, again, I know they did it for the movies. Cheech Marin had a movie that I've never watched called Born in East LA, and he did a parody of Bruce Springsteen's Born in the USA called Born in East LA. Tommy Chong was in Zootopia. Okay, there you go. So yeah, they have both done stuff recently. Yes, I think you're right. Cheech is in a few Rodriguez movies. Oh God, yeah, the weird, somehow innocent and yet somehow sexualized rabbit in Zootopia. And were the fox and the rabbit fucking? That's what everyone wants to know. Yeah, Cheech had a good role in Dust Till Dawn. Hey Justin, how are you doing? All right, so we're gonna have to make another drink. Oof. Now I'm trying to think. They actually made a whole series, Dust to Dawn. They stretched it into an entire series, and it wasn't like a sequel. It was the same story as the movie Dusk Till Dawn, but they stretched it out over a series. Don't know if it's any good. You okay? You saw Dust Till Dawn. You cursed. Is that a good or a bad thing? I actually quite enjoyed Dust Till Dawn. I thought George Clooney was a really good bad guy in Dusk Till Dawn, like surprisingly so. Um, he may have played sort of somewhat amoral characters, or maybe what you could call anti-hero characters, but he's just bad in Dusk Till Dawn, uh, and I think he's really good at it. It's disappointing he didn't play the bad guy more often. I won't. Sorry, Loogie. I won't argue that Dusk Till Dawn is kind of cheesy because it is. Um, but I found it quite enjoyable. Don't know exactly what you mean there, Justin. You can upload documents to ChatGPT, get it to search the web for answers. We thought that's what it always did. You gave it inputs and asked it to tell you things, and it'd tell you things. And sometimes it will just tell you completely false things with absolute confidence. Oh, okay. So your bike micro, it's fun. Worried on the hills, but it goes up steep ones. Nice, and it zooms. So your e-bike, two thumbs up from the sounds of it. Nice. Well, I'm glad it was worth the wait because you did seem to wait a while for it. Oh, that's what I was going to do. I did an adjustment to my barrel-aged old-fashioned that I thought would improve it. Yes. I do kind of think cursed was probably a bit of an extravagant term for it, but, each to their own with how they interpret things and, react to them. Is that 38 freedom units going downhill? So about God, how much is that? That's like 70 kilometers an hour? Right. Well, I'll go out on a limb and say, it better not be an important or sensitive document because putting important or sensitive information into ChatGPT or any large language model is a real fucking bad idea. Not safe. Oh, we all have our own taste, Lukey, and there's nothing wrong. The interpretation of and our experience of art and entertainment, it's unique to each of us. Some people are objectively wrong. Oh, I'm a bundle of contradictions, saying everyone's entitled to their view, but some people are just fucking wrong. Uh, get me worked up on particular topics in the arts and entertainment. And as I mentioned, I'm speaking of cinema. I am going to see Furiosa, Mad Max saga tomorrow. Looking forward to that. Not least because Mrs. Angry and I know a really good cocktail bar just next to the cinema, and we're going there and to get some treats and some cocktails before the movie. Yeah, I mean, definitely not classified, Justin, but not even like personally identifiable information. Any document that has things like names and addresses in it, don't fucking put it into any of the large language models. Because despite what the fucking tech bros behind them say about, oh no, we don't, they're fucking liars. They are keeping and processing every bit of information that you put into it and adding it to other things that they output. Um, we just have a very long history of these tech bros being stinking fucking liars. So fuck them. Ah, goodness gracious me. All right. Before I do anything totally crazy and have a non-alcoholic beverage, I'm just because I got this massive chunk of clear ice. Oh, look at the way that's catching the light. Ooh, that's pretty cool. Sorry, I am so easily amused. Uh, I haven't fucked around with GPT for a while. It's kind of funny if you can get it to role play. Yes, if you're talking about publicly available information that anyone can get anyway, that's no big deal. You shouldn't upload classified military documents to a chat board about attack military. Yeah, well, so people who know things want to tell people they know things. Oh, Heine, dude, how good are you being? 1 hour of adulting. What a responsible member of society you are. Do 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 do. Stir in the cocktail. Because I like it when, oops, the cherry's fallen off. Those two half sentences were unconnected. I do not like it when the cherry falls off. I like it when the cocktail's cold, is what I was going to say. Oh, God. You had to catch up on 2 weeks of washing. Well, I thought I was pretty responsible. I ran the dishwasher twice today to catch up. Yes. Ah, yeah, that's it. I did some little adjustments to that old fashioned last night because it was nice, but it had this weird bitter aftertaste. I did a teeny adjustment to it. Now it's just got this beautiful sort of cherry flavor going on. Fucking great. You ate some homemade vegan tacos. Fucking licious. That sounds good. No, I don't usually eat vegan or even vegetarian things, but when you say vegan tacos, um, there's a place in Healesville. Mrs. Angry and I have gone to Healesville for weekend away, visit the Four Pillars Distillery, all that sort of thing. But we found this Mexican place does it's open at like breakfast, brunch, and they do what was the latte she liked? It was it turmeric? It was some weird herb spice latte, and she really liked it. Like, she was awesome. But also, we had these vegetarian nachos, and I would not normally go vegetarian nachos. They were fucking awesome. They were, without doubt, not even close, the best vegetarian nachos I've ever had. Really good. Definitely worth it. Oh, not God! You have been productive, Heiny. Bins, charging the bicycle shit. Oh man, busy. Well, I went out and saw the chaps who run the venue that I want to do our next video feature on, and they're keen for it. So, Heiny and Greg will discuss on the Discord on private messages about when and where we're doing that. But we'll have then another little feature. Oh man, actually, Jesus, man, that old fashioned is fucking awesome now. God, I only did a little tweak to it, but I did the right fucking tweak, and it's so fucking yum now. Damn, that's good. Micro, you once had a vegan slice of pizza. Oh no. But it was only the third worst pizza you ever had. Well, there you go. Oh yeah, no, this is a good venue. I mean, I tell you what, they do these really good. I might shout you boys a pizza if you're up for it when we're there, because besides making really good cocktails, they have some pretty good food. So, seeing it's a little bit of a trek, I might shout you all a pizza if you want to hang around for it, because they do real good pizzas. Yeah, see, I'm bribing, mate. I'm always bribing. So, Micro, if you were here, I would take you out for a pizza too. So, in spirit, I'm sending you a pizza. Is there an app where I can send you a pizza, Micro? Because I'd do it. Oh yeah, I'll put this on our Trello board too. What's happening with this venue? Actually, I'm going to see if they actually have a menu going at the moment. What's their food menu these days? It hasn't been updated. Fries, fried chicken. Jesus. Okay, I don't know if this is current, but their specialty pizzas. Okay, I would fucking go quattro formaggi, mozzarella, parmesan, gorgonzola brie with caramelized onions. Hot damn, I would do that. Bulgogi. Bulgogi beef, corn, kimchi, hoisin, and mozzarella. A butter chicken pizza. Roasted chicken, masala sauce, cucumber, yogurt, peppers, onions, mozzarella. Prawn miso. Prawns, miso, chili, and garlic oil, lemon, mozzarella. It's not really to my taste, but it's interesting. Meat lovers, chicken barbecue. They change those pizzas up a bit, and they often have a special on the night as well. That's an interesting lineup, though. Oh, I just realized I had that. Okay. What's this fucking thing doing to me? It'll only cost way too much for the convert. Well, there is that. I mean, I appreciate the thought, Justin. That's not trivial saying, I'll go to Canberra while you're in Sydney. Yeah, no, those are definitely interesting pizzas. And like I said, when I've gone there with Mrs. Angry, because it's one of our regulars for date night, I think we've got 6 to 8 places that are on our regular list. And like sometimes we go to the movies. So it means if we do date night every second week, and with allowing for variations of weirdness and sometimes array, we go to each of our regular places 2, 3, 4 times a year. Hey, Hannah, how are you? We're just easing into Friday night. Yeah, but I'm not going to be in a car, is the whole thing. I don't think. Probably flying, but you never know. Got $1 do. Get a $1 do pizza. Depends where you are and how fussy you are about your pizza, is what I think the answer is. So, yeah. Oh gosh, Hannah. I live seriously, Hannah. I live for your stories. I fucking love you. I don't love that you had a bad experience, but I do kind of love you relating the stories. So I definitely want to know the plot twist and the aggressive, dangerous person. Oh my god, that's just really fucking good. Man, I'm a fucking genius. I'm just throwing it out there. For anyone who wondered, am I a genius? Yes. Yes, I am. If the dollar store didn't raise their prices, you can tell us for pizza. Where you want to go to Costco? Don't they like sell like hot dogs for $1 or something? Oh, nice. What's the long weekend? We've got King's birthday in Victoria next month. Yeah, I mean that's a form of extreme sport. Getting a dollar store pizza, honestly. Is that dollar store people? You're saying they're a bunch of poop noises? I mean, that's fair. That's absolutely fair. Man, okay, I'm getting too into these drinks. Now I know that old fashioned is really yummy. Very pleased with myself with improving that. Oh, you don't have a Costco. And yes, you do have to be a member, I think. I used to be a member of Costco, but I was really only getting it when the young'uns were living here, and I let it lapse during COVID, and then they moved out, and there's really no point me going to a bulk buy place when it's just me, Mrs. Angry, and occasionally her lad, and that just doesn't make any sense at all. So I let my Costco membership lapse. As Reconciliation Day, and you have King's birthday. Is that nationwide? Same day? I'm not sure. Toast. Yeah, that's what you get for $1. Some toast. I got some nice bread from a local bakery, a baguette, a sourdough baguette, because you know what my recovery food is after Friday night party night stream? for breakfast, brunch, lunch, depending what fucking time I get up the next day, uh, is bacon sandwich, and I got this yummy sourdough baguette. I'm going to do it. So, Dr. Abigail has a project. Beans Bar's having an event. You're making something for them, prize and raffle. 3D printed, multicolored, LED powered desk. Holy cow, that sounds incredible. That really sounds good. But again, I don't think it would survive transit to the US micro. Yeah, I think you're right, Justin. A lot of states do King's birthday same weekend, but not every state. Because it's just a gazetted holiday. It's not actually the King's or the Queen's birthday. It's just a gazetted holiday that gets that name. Well, there's the shipping as well, but you're right, Dr. Abigail. But I'd also question whether it would survive the transit. Oh man. God, just occasionally I'm super fucking impressed with myself when I make something. It's like, that is really fucking yummy. And I try not to be too proud of myself, but fuck me, that's good. Damn. It is really good. So I think I need to calm the fuck down and have some non-alcoholic drinks after this. I mean, look, that might be by random coincidence, but like I said, the monarch's birthday public holiday is just a gazetted holiday. It can be any time, and just say it's for the monarch's birthday. It's the same as you know, the states have a certain number of gazetted holidays, and they can call them whatever the fuck. Which is why in Melbourne we have a public holiday for the Melbourne Cup and the Footy Grand Final parade, because they used to be for something else. And state premiers just said, I'm going to make this day the public holiday and call it that. So I'm getting rid of the other public holiday and moving it to here. So, yeah. That would be the other thing. Yeah. If you had your own 3D printer, you just get the files. Oh, you reckon the shipping would kill, but in terms of being broken, you could design a flat pack version to be assembled at the other end. I bet you could. Yeah, King of England is like, how does someone get to be king? As well, distant ancestors fucked over enough people um, to say, I own all of this. Like, they literally killed and dispossessed enough people and had enough thugs enforcing their will that they said, I'm in charge now. Oh, yeah, the weird plug. Yes. No, ours doesn't even look like a Euro plug. A lot of Americans in particular, when they see our plugs, they think it looks like the Scream mask, and that's actually not a bad description of it. All right, so you used to have a holiday called Family and Community Day, and now it's called Reconciliation Day. We don't have either of those. Yeah, what? Well, actually, for all I know, you're actually good at wiring. It's just whenever anyone talks about rewiring something, I thought, well, that's a shortcut to death. Because I'm just really equating my complete lack of handiness, because I am just the most unhandy man ever. And I have a bad habit of assuming everyone else is as shit as me at doing practical and handy stuff, because I am really, really not good at that shit. Uh, oh my God, that was so yummy. Yeah, we had the gazetted holidays moved around too. Um, they're all clumped together at different times of years. It's weird. You'd wire it to be powered by USB. Ah, there you go. With 5-volt LEDs. That's somewhat universal. Heine, I don't even know what a quick release on a bicycle wheel is. Yeah, we have 3 prongs. You only have 2 prong. Am I wrong? I thought US plugs only had 2 prongs. Oh, Hannah, you're back. Hello. Turns out the bitch really doesn't want to go to another store for a reset broke. Wrote a formal letter of apology. What, is the penny finally dropping with her that she's really seriously out of line? Is kind of facing. Oh yeah, no. See, there you go. No, not handy. Not with bicycles, with nothing. She failed to realize she denied any involvement, that she was aggressive. Ah, yeah, yeah. It's like people just being completely flummoxed by the repercussions of their actions. Oh, yeah, apparently that's weird to people from the US. Our power outlets all have a switch on them, an on-off switch. They're not just automatically on. So she thinks if she pretends to care, it'll change the. Yeah, yeah, no, it's literally just like, what? Repercussions to my actions? That seems harsh. Oh, okay. So old US plugs had 2 prongs. New ones have 3. And Micro agrees. It sounds like older buildings. Okay. Yeah. See, I don't know. It's just a vague memory. All right. I'm going to duck out in very briefly, like probably less than 30 seconds, just to get one of these cans of mineral water that I have decided are very yum. Oh, and I may or may not use one for a highball later, but I'm just going to have, I need to mix things up. So what are we? Hour and a half in, and I've had 3 cocktails, so I should slow down. All right, so you're saying the old buildings, late 1800s, early 1900s, have a switch for each outlet. Okay. Oh, also because no one would agree what a standard is, Justin. You're right about things developing different, but people argue between countries about what's better. Dr. Abigail, you find it weird sockets in the USA are powered all the time. You can't switch them off. Yeah, I agree. It sounds dangerous to me. And also, if you're putting a plug into an outlet that it's already powered on, depending how you do it, it can go zit. Anyway, okay, I'll be back really quickly. Just going to get a can of mineral water. Thinking of doing an unpaid commercial because I like this water. Oof. So what's that, Hannah? Asian countries, power's always on. Gas to your stove has a tap on the wall so you can turn the gas off there as well. Okay, you know that. Like you reckon, people love cost savings over safety. They kind of do. Yeah, yeah. That's another good one, Tricky Sega. If the outlet's damaged, you want to be able to switch it off before you pull it out. That's the thing. You were given a triple G gin socks last night. That's fun. Gin socks. Having my blood orange and mango mineral water. Zero sugar. Is that one zero sugar too? Yeah, it is. Zero sugar, just lots of chemicals. What the hell? Everything's chemicals, is what I say. Oh my god. What is a powered shower head? That sounds bad? Electricity running through a shower head? I don't know what that would be about. That is not something I'm familiar with, but I'm very concerned at the concept because my mind's filling in the blanks. I don't know exactly what it is, but my mind is just racing off and going, is it this? All right. God, you're going to share a photo on the Discord. My God, I'm traumatized. Yeah. How the fuck to wake up with just electricity coursing through your body in the shower? That does not sound good. That does not sound good at all. Did I actually message these boys? All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. This is me being super responsible and having a big glass of not alcohol. I was making jokes about that at work, well, either when I'm in the office or on a like a Teams meeting, and because I wear these shirts at work, and so I'm drinking like my Pepsi and the shirt on, and we have a whole conversation about cocktails. Then I go, "This is just Pepsi," or yeah, "This is just water." Honest, this is not a huge glass of gin. It's not, and it becomes the running joke. It's like someone who made it. It's like a social media post that said, "My not involved in child trafficking t-shirt always raises questions that I feel are answered by the shirt." It's like it's like going out of the way to say Pat is definitely not the most feared killer in Australia's criminal underworld. People saying, "Why are you going to the trouble of saying that?" Because it's important. It's just important that you understand that Pat is absolutely, definitely not the most feared contract killer in Australia's criminal underworld. And if you hear otherwise, that's a scurrilous rumor. You know, it would be even more fun to claim while slowly slurring your words at the meeting. Put on a real performance and sober up to say goodbye. Yeah, I really don't want that drama, but I appreciate the humor of it. Okay, so I'm just gonna look it up. I'm gonna look it up. We're on the internet. Um, powered shower heads. What comes up when I put that in? Do powered shower heads actually work? If you buy the right shower head, it will increase how powerfully the water comes out, even though it isn't actually increasing the water pressure in the home itself. It increases the water pressure coming out of the shower head. I have to admit, I fucking love high pressure showers. Oh, you posted a picture of the socks. Nice. Where are we? Oh, okay. Okay. Dr. Abigail's Triple G Gin socks. Nice green and white socks, actually. Oh god, randomly thinking about gin, I found out the Great Ocean Road gin distillery went into receivership without much warning and closed suddenly. And am I evil for thinking, oh god, maybe a lot of their gin's going to come onto the market cheap because they actually made good gin. All right, so South America too. South American suicide showers. All right. South America. All right. I'm saying suicide. Okay. This is a web post from 2006, the Latin American suicide shower. Uh, Electrical appliance in Central South America, one of the defining bathroom fixtures is the suicide shower. When I was told about them, told to watch out for a contraption that fits over the shower head and is plugged into the electric mains. Pretty scary to get used to it. The idea behind suicide showers is to provide hot water where the plumbing system doesn't run to a hot water boiler, which is the norm in most tropical America. Water is heated inside the shower head and usually provides a constant and dependable stream of hot water. Getting the stream of water right is something of an art that comes with practice. Of course, the really scary thing about suicide showers is that they combine the lethal combination of water and electricity. They need a lot of power in order to work, and so are wired straight into the mains. You know they're working when you turn on the water, all the lights go dim. Oh my God. Being South America, you can buy one of these things at any hardware store or simply wire it up yourself using a few bits of insulation tape. Some of the bodge jobs I've seen have been truly terrifying. Like you really feel you're taking your life in your hands. Do I really want to be clean that much? Sometimes when you turn the water up too quickly, an electric blue flash comes out the side of the shower head, and you really feel this is it. One of the guidebooks says they're perfectly safe as long as you don't fiddle with them. I've only ever experienced a mild shock off one, so this does seem to be true. Of course, some suicide showers are better than others, with most being made, the best being made in Brazil. South of the tropic and the Rio Sao Paulo area, they're no longer found as it's cold enough in winter for hotels to install real heating and hot water systems. Wow. Wow. Oh, that's wild. Also, now your only pair of socks that's not black. Nice. And you saw a cool whiskey pourer. It's called The Pause by Harvey and Johnson. Change how much it pours via Bluetooth. Oh my God. Yeah, it's like it is a toaster and bathtub alternative. All right, so you pictures on the Discord by the sounds of it. And I posted something on Instagram. Oh God, how do you full screen Instagram? All right, I'm going to share this. I think we'll be okay. Yeah, that was fun facts, dude. I've never heard of that. Uh, okay, so I think this is not gonna show up that big because I was trying to work out how to full screen it and I couldn't work it out because I'm not very smart. But you see, that's automated pouring it. I mean, this is the epitome of pointless, overcomplicated things. And apparently, from what Hannah's saying, by Bluetooth, you can adjust how much it pours each time it comes down. It's pretty goddamn funny, though. It is not the classiest way I've seen whiskey be poured. It's silly, but silly in a good way. I think it's just needlessly overcomplicated. And I mean, doesn't that sum up the human condition? We love it when things are needlessly overcomplicated. Luigi, you like it? You on two of them? I mean, it's pretty funny. It's definitely a conversation piece. Uh, it is very interesting visually, but it was a silly bit of hype. The classiest way I've seen whiskey poured. No, the classiest way I've seen whiskey poured is by really classy humans who just do it in a really stylish way. I'm thinking of Japanese bartenders at this point who make everything a show without being overly flamboyant. Yeah, that's a good way to put it, Micro. Unnecessary luxury. It is absolutely unnecessary, and it's, yeah, probably quite expensive too. But thank you for sharing that, Hannah, because that is genuinely interesting. Um, Weird. Um, but yeah, we'll have to just see. I'd prefer. I was suddenly thinking like someone won $150 million in Powerball last night. Not me. I was thinking if you suddenly had a stupid amount of money, I think I would definitely have human lackeys just doing things for me. Have I ever seen Jetlag the game? I have not. It's on YouTube. Releasing an episode in Australia. I mean, I could always open YouTube. What is that? What is that? Oh, that okay. That auto completed. I typed jet and it auto completed jet lag the game. And then there's Australia, a travel game. So, God, that's a 45-minute video. We turned New Zealand into a real life board game. We played hide and seek across Switzerland, capture the flag across Japan, hide and seek across Switzerland part 2 and part 3. There you go. I'd never heard of them. Hey, Rottweiler dude, how you going? Yeah, well, that did seem to work, that weirdly complicated pouring machine. I'd rather pay a human to pour me some whiskey. I would tell anyone I won lotto, but there'd be signs surrounded by dozens of whiskey power. Yes, that would be a sign. That would definitely be a sign. You don't gamble, but if you buy a cheeseburger, put the rest of it in the bank. Yeah, I had a very nice burger for dinner tonight. Yeah, strictly saying, I know you'd spend it all on laser discs, and that's fine. That's why I keep putting out the idea of the distillery. So I hope, like, if one of my friends wins lotto, they'll just go, Angry's distillery idea seemed good. I might hire him to run a distillery. So yes, not just some laser discs, all of the laser discs if you win lotto. Yeah. So yeah, I hold out hope that I end up with a rich friend at one point, and they'll go, "Yeah, your distillery idea is cool. How about I hire you to run a distillery?" And I go, "That's an awesome idea. You should definitely do that." Because as slimmer the chance of me having a really rich friend is, it's more likely than me winning lotto. So I just put it out into the universe that would be a cool thing, and we'll see what happens. Uh, it's just a thing. And your parents jokingly said that's why they sent you to private school, to make rich friends to take them on holidays with. Yeah, real like Saltburn type of stuff, where the rich people invite you along as a novelty. Thank you, Micro. I'm holding out, friend. Hope you become my rich friend. It's just ugh. The world, she's a fucked, and it's all unfair. What would I do with $1 billion? I mean, get rid of most of it, to be perfectly honest. Um, yeah, it's very hard to know what to do with something like that. It's super fucking weird. Um, like I just saw some headlines recently being people around Melbourne selling their $18 million house or 25 million. And this, I swear to God, this one, it was this fucking mansion, and it was like a ridiculous amount, like $18 million, and it was only five. It was a two-story thing, and they were saying it was only 5 bedrooms. I was going, how? That's really big, and it's really expensive. How is it only 5 bedrooms? And it's because the basement was set up like a speakeasy bar, so I fucking want it. And then there was another huge games room, and there was a huge home cinema and a big swimming pool and a caretaker's cottage. And it's just like, you'd eventually find things to spend the fucking money on. But I would like to think I would help other people. But yeah. I want the movie story to come true for you, Micro. Sad, down on your luck, get a scratchy, and change your life. And I'm sure Micro won't forget us when he's our rich friend. Get a bad drug habit. Yeah, you got to worry about stuff. Yeah, there are so many ways to help people. Not just blindly throwing stuff at charities, but kind of finding out who's at ground level, changing things, and what would actually help them. Because most charities achieve the square root of fuck all, particularly religious ones. An average-looking girl with glasses helps you get your life back on track. Oh, dude, you've got it all planned. It has to happen. Oops! Now we've got all 80s. Her breasts fall out for no apparent reason. That's the 80s movie. How do you love if rich people are embarrassed by their wealth? You had a friend who inherited 30 million. She won't pay more than $5 for a white t-shirt. Nice. The bank for work-related things end up with $100 in notes. Stopped to buy 2 poppies, felt like a dick asking for change. Told them to keep it. Being embarrassed of being rich is better than being conceited about being rich. It depends on what things, like just throwing monies to charities is actually usually a bad idea. Yeah, I mean, what a quandary. Felt like a dick asking for change, but a wanker for saying keep the change. Yeah. Ooh, okay. Abigail's given us a picture of today's life event. Okay, this is a nerd thing that I don't understand. But I'll show you the picture that Dr. Abigail has shared. So there's that. And the caption is, someone tidied up your components drawer, put them all in a Ziploc bag. Now you have to sort all of these resistors again. Okay, Lukey's on board with you, saying, may the person suffer 1,000 bee stings. See, I'm taking your word for it. That's a bad thing. I don't know what it means. Speaking of 80s, if you want to pull out the vinyl. Oh, right. Okay, yeah. Vinyl. Fuck yeah. Oh, there's a service I would probably give money to in Australia. The Smith family do this thing for underprivileged kids just to make sure they've got proper school uniforms and books and shit, so they're not completely marginalized and alienated when they're at school. It seems like a simple thing, but it could be such a significant change to kids. Okay, we're doing another vinyl expose. Visit in the 80s. I think this is towards the end of the alphabet, or is the actual end of the alphabet. This is albums. So we'll go through. Okay, I think this one's out of order and it's just sitting there, but it's an awesome name for an album. The Icicle Works is the band. The album is called If You Want to Defeat Your Enemy, Sing His Song. I paid $13.99 for it, apparently. What are the good tracks on this? Hope Springs Eternal, Up Here in the North of England. Oh, the real this is overall a good just a good album, but the standout track on this is called Who Do You Want for Your Love? Really good song. But yeah, fun. Oh God, I saw an article today someone had been stealing vinyl from electronic stores, and they got busted. And they had something like $30,000 worth of vinyl in their house, along with Drew's. This is super out of order, but I think there's a couple here that are completely out of order. But I'll just bring them in. So N for New Order. I think that was meant to be in another one. This is probably the first New Order album I really got into. This is Low Life. And there's an inner sleeve that has the other two band members who are the more famous ones. But, oh my God, such good songs on this. Love Vigilantes, The Perfect Kiss, Sooner Than You Think, Every Second Counts, Subculture. Really good album. Really like this album. New Order, Low Life. You know what? I know where that one's meant to be. It's meant to be at the other end of the box. So I'll just move it there. And we'll get to it. We'll get there when we get there. Now, I think this is actually meant to start at the letter R. Yeah, because here's a bunch of R's. Okay. The Redskins, neither Washington nor Moscow. These are the Redskins. They were, communist skinheads. Now, this was actually comparatively expensive, $22.98, because it was an import. I don't think it was ever released locally in Australia. Great tracks on this, like the whole How to Run the Revolution, Go Get Organized, which means, form a union, get things. The Power Is Yours, Kick Over the Statues, Let's Make It Work, It Can Be Gone. Probably, it's the two top ones on this for me. Keep On Keeping On and Bring It Down. This is people's revolution music. Like I said, it was a rejection of this is in the middle of the Cold War, and it was rejecting both the United States and the Soviet Union. Like, they shouldn't be declaring our lives, neither Washington nor Moscow. Anyway, more R. Dubbo time, The Reals, Dubbo's most famous sons. This album is called Neighbours, and it's cover versions of Australian songs. And there's some really good ones. Working Class Man, the Jimmy Barnes one. Are You Old Enough? The Dragon song. Forever Now, Cold Chisel. I Started a Joke. I Walk Away, which I think is In Excess. My Aim Is to Please You. Eagle Rock, the old Daddy Cool song. Original Sin, which is definitely In Excess. Pleasure and Pain, the Divinals. Shout and Deliver, which is their own song. The Real Thing, Russell Morris. Living in a Child's Dream. And it finishes with a cover of Skippy the Bush Kangaroo. Fun album with some really good cover versions on it. And more Dubbo. The Reals, Beautiful. This is also mostly cover versions, but it's like love songs and ballads. This Guy's in Love with You. La Mer. Last Night I Couldn't Get to Sleep at All. True Love. But they also redid one of their very early songs, and they did it beautifully as a ballad. Prefab Heart. The ballad version of Prefab Heart is amazing, because the original was this really super boppy pop song, which was good, but the ballad version is really good. Okay, R. The Revolting Cocks. I do like this album. Beers, Steers, and Queers. There is a very funny, I don't know if it's a straight cover or just inspired by Olivia Newton-John's Let's Get Physical. So I think that the absolute standout is Beers, Steers, and Queers, but a couple other standouts, Stainless Steel Providers and Something Wonderful. This is Al Jorgensen, for anyone who remembers their 90s music. From Ministry. Wait, did I do this one? I kind of feel like I talked about Stan Ridgway. Stan Ridgway is the big heat. He's still doing music. He's an old dude, so I like old dudes. But his songs are like stories, like The Big Heat, Drive, She Said, and Camouflage. They're like little stories in the songs. They're great. Very sort of, I don't know, almost bluesy character with Stan Ridgway. Oh, this is a reasonably obscure one that I apparently only paid $2.95 for. Roaring Jack, who are kind of like an Australian version of the Pogues, is their album The Cat Among the Pigeons. Oh, the opening track is nice. Oiske Baha, tribute to whiskey. Because for those who don't know, that's where whiskey gets its name. The Gaelic word for whiskey is water of life, Oiske Baha. The English used to call it aquavitae, water of life. But Oiske Baha is, and it's just the whiskey part that got anglicized to whiskey. That's why we call it whiskey. The Thin Red Line is good. And it's fun. There's a tribute to the radical left-wing union, the BLF. The lads of the BLF. Here's to the lads of the building trade under the flag of the old stockade. Down with the right and up with the left. Here's to the lads of the BLF. Rainmakers. Now. Oh, sorry. Strictly Sega. The one with Camouflage is called The Big Heat. The Stan Ridgway album with Camouflage is called The Big Heat. I feel like because you put Stan Ridgway on one of the discs. I feel like I've done this. But you know, fuck it. I'm going to keep going. The Rainmakers. This might surprise you because these guys are, I think, actually conservative Christians. And that's kind of what they look like. Some fun tracks on this. Let My People Go Go, which has lots of biblical references. Big Fat Blonde, which is just fun and silly. Government Cheese, which is an anti-welfare song. Like I said, they're right wing. But kind of nice tunes on this album. I didn't really realize at first that they were conservative Christians. Well, I've got, and this is a Roaring Jack EP. Street Kiltability. Nice woodcut someone's done for the cover of this one. This has their most famous song on it, Yuppie Town. Also, the Ballad of 1975 about Gough Whitlam being sacked. I saw Roaring Jack live a few times. They were fun back in the 80s. Yes, I'm old. That's when I used to go out. Okay. Losing track. Oh, yeah, I'm sure I did the Reels stuff. I'm sure we've done this, but fuck it. I'm doing it again. Quasimodo's Dream. Another Reels album. What did I pay for this? $6, apparently. This actually has a song on it called Dubbo Go Go. The one after The Big Heat. Was that Roaring Jack? The Cat Among the Pigeons? I think I said after Strictly Sacred. I think after The Big Heat. I think I said this. Roaring Jack, The Cat Among the Pigeons. I think. Tell me if I'm wrong. But yes, this one actually has a song called Dubbo Go Go. It's not on Spotify. There you go. The title track of this is quite good, Quasimodo's Dream. They had a single that was quite good called According to My Heart and Shout and Deliver. There's a few good songs on this. There's actually a song called Rupert Murdoch on here. But honestly, there's a song called Dubbo Go Go. So, you know, winning. Okay, now this one I didn't buy. I'm sure I just got this from my sister. Lou Reed Live. And I don't know if I ever listened to this. It's got Walk on the Wild Side on it and Waiting for the Man. Satellite of Love, that's a good song. Man, Lou Reed did do some good stuff. Okay. That didn't work. Okay, this is a collection of 12-inch singles from Severed Heads called Bulkhead. It's apparently originally $12.99 recommended retail price, and I appear to have paid $3 for it. I love how I left the price stickers on things. But this is 12-inch mixes. It's fucking great. Greater reward. Hot with Fleas is probably my favorite on this. Also got 20 Deadly Diseases, Contempt, Propeller, Petrol, Halo, and Dead Eyes Opened. Dead Eyes Opened is probably their most famous track, and I've got a few different versions of it. But on this, my favorite's probably Hot with Fleas. But I really like Severed Heads. I saw them live too on New Year's Eve, I think. Yeah, no, I definitely did this box. I picked up the wrong box, but fuck it, I'm going to keep going. I am sure there's some reels on Spotify. All right, Romeo Void actually had a big hit single. A Girl in Trouble is a Temporary Thing. Wow, I think I paid $1 for this. It's got like a special sticker on it saying $5, and then one saying $2, and finally one saying $1. I think I paid $1 for this album at Grace Brothers in Bathurst. Generally, Romeo Void were pretty good, but yeah, the big hit on this is definitely A Girl in Trouble is a Temporary Thing. Romeo Void were good. I like that. All right. So, Spy versus Spy, or technically V Spy v Spy. AO Mod TV version. They played at my college. I interviewed them. They're pretty good. What's on this? Don't Tear It Down is good. Sally Ann, song about Sally Ann Huckstep, someone who was murdered by the New South Wales cops. Roger Rogerson, Murdering Fuck. This is a good album. I really quite like this album. Very sort of Oz rock 80s stuff. Okay. See Stories to Light the Home Fires. I bet this isn't on Spotify. Okay, so Strictly Sega, you're sure this is a different box? Okay, I actually trust you more than I trust me, honestly. Okay, I avoided listening to this album for ages because the cover was so shit, but it was actually really good pop music. Sea Stories. And I got it autographed because they came to college to play, and I got them to autograph it. I forgot that. Winter Girl, Moving West. I remember when she had Jesus, Grey Range, Railroad Days, Streets of Your Town. They did a cover of the Go Between song, Streets of Your Town, Laughing Boy, Red Shoes. I remember really liking the track Red Shoes, but I like this album overall. I bet it's not on Spotify. Okay. Now, that seems to be the R's, and we're up to the S's. And one of my favorite 80s acts, Shriekback. I have a couple of their albums. This is the last one I have. I think they may be released more after this. Go Bang. There are 2 good tracks on this, and the rest is okay. Go Bang, which is the upbeat one, and it's kind of like there's a lot of mid-tempo ones that I think are kind of boring because they're just all mid-tempo. And Go Bang is fun because it's really up-tempo. And then there's one really mellow one called Dust and Shadow, which is really good. They also do a cover version of the KC and the Sunshine Band song, Get Down Tonight. And I apparently paid $6.99 for that. Oh, here's a random weird one. Space Encounters, Rainbow Records. Apparently the London Philharmonic Orchestra with the Galactic Symphony and synthesizers doing different things like themes of 2001, Close Encounters, Star Wars, Planet of the Apes, Star Trek. There you go. So that's some random bargain bin thing. Oh yeah, Oil and Gold. Fucking fantastic album from Oil and Gold. Really good. That's my favorite Shriekback album. Oh, speaking, God, right on board with that. The space one, the actual I'll even the Star Wars soundtrack, double album, and the Empire Strikes Back soundtrack. So space. And as we're still in the essence, and we were talking about Oil and Gold. There it is, Oil and Gold, probably my favorite Shriekback album. And I've got two in there. Big Night Music, also a very good. I like both of these more than I like the Go Bang album. And actually like both of these a lot more than I like the Go Bang album. The Big Night Music and Oil and Gold are both full. Actually, okay, I'll tell you my favorite tracks. Oil and Gold, Malaria. Oh, Everything That Rises Must Converge. Fish Below the Ice. This Big Hush. Faded Flowers is a ballad that's really nice. Nemesis is a fucking awesome track, very upbeat. Only Thing That Shines. Elthanosia. I reckon every track on this album is a banger. I agree. And then Big Night Music. What's on there? Blacklight Trap, Gunning for the Buddha, Running on the Rocks, Shining Path, Pretty Little Underwater Boys. Yeah, close to every track on Big Night Music's a banger as well. Whereas I feel like Go Bang has two good tracks on it. The others aren't terrible, but it's got two bangers. And I reckon almost every track on both of these albums bangers. Ooh, okay. Here's a more obscure. Two albums from Martin Stevenson. Boat to Bolivia, which I paid $20 for at import. Very fun, good folky music on this. And Salutation Road. I was not as into Salutation Road as I was into Boat to Bolivia. But Martin Stevenson and the Dainties, very good. Okay, moving on. The Stranglers, a live album from the Stranglers, and God, there is some weird fucking divergence in the quality of the recordings. Hello, Laura, by the way. Oh, nice. You only heard of Shriekback because of these vinyl things. Nice. There are really varying quality in the recordings of this. Get a Grip on Yourself might be the most famous one on here. It's from 77. This is different live recordings from 77 and 78. Very, very early Stranglers being recorded live. I think this is the Smiths. Yes. The World Won't Listen. I think this is a compilation. I'm not sure. Panic, which is great. Ask, which is great. London. Big Mouth Strikes Again. Shakespeare's Sister. There's a Light That Never Goes Out, which I think may be the best ever Smith song. Boy with a Thorn in His Side. That Joke Isn't Funny Anymore. Again, good album. Oh, I see. Look, I have two Sea Stories albums. This one's called Wide Eyed and Dreaming. Better cover, much better cover. Do I remember the tracks for this? Gone for Sure, I Told Her So, New Mexico, First Day of Summer, Christmas City, Make Your Mind, Waterfall, Sometime Soon, Calling the Wonderful Things, Milltown Flood, Oyster. Honestly, I remember the other album better than this one. Oh, there's a sticker on it, $9.95. Sorry, I just love seeing how much I paid for things all this time ago. And another V Spy album, Harry's Reasons. This is a good album. This artwork was actually done by a member of the band, a woodcut. If I remember rightly, I got this autographed. I think it's a gatefold. It's not a double album, but it's a gatefold, a thing they used to do with vinyl. Ooh, look at that. And you can't really see. Oh yeah, you maybe see some of the autographs up there. Really good tracks on this. All Over the World, something. Shadow of a Happy Man, Harry's Reasons. Injustice is the big standout on this one. There's a bunch of good tracks on this, but there was a single they released called Injustice that was a really, really standout track. That's generally a good album. You're probably right, Laura, that paying $10 for an album would be like paying $20 now, because it's kind of, I think the standard for a vinyl is now $40. Anyway, well, look, on there it says a Split Ends compilation album, the very best of Split Ends from 75 to 82, Ends of an Era, which I paid $11.99 for. Yeah, this is all their hits. History Never Repeats, My Mistake, I Got You, Late Last Night, Poor Boy, Dirty Creature, I See Red, 6 Months in a Leaky Boat, One Step Ahead, Matinee Ideal, I Hope I Never. I love I Hope I Never. That's one of my favorite Split End songs. But very good time capsule, that one. Where are we? Okay. Okay, Tim Finn was right next to Split Ends. But Tim Finn's solo album. There's a couple singles off this. Fraction Too Much, Fiction's okay. But there's one that he has like with a Maori choir called Made My Day, which is really good. I really like that. Oh, and we've still got more. This is very early Shriekback. What did I pay for this? I think it says $5.50. It's faded. Shriekback. This album is called Jam Science. What's this? Hand on My Hand. Achtung. Mercy Dash. Okay. The one I really remember from this album is called Mercy Dash, which is really good. And more Shriekback. Another early Shriekback album. Called The Infinite. It's got some iguanas on the cover. What's this? Oh, Lined Up. That's a good one. My Spine is the bass line. It's okay. So there's two. That's the band Shriekback. There are two really big standouts on this one: Lined Up and My Spine is the bass line. Okay, more Severed Heads. More Severed Heads. Come Visit the Big Bigot. I think that's the name of this album. There's some really fucking trippy songs on this. It's got Propeller. Oh god, there's a track on here called Harold and Cindy Hospital, and there's a bonus 12-inch in here, remix of Propeller, but there's a remix of Harold and Cindy Hospital that I really like, because it literally just starts with a single beat going boom, boom, boom. And that goes on for a while. Then it goes bop, 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 boom, boom. And it just keeps adding things one bit at a time. And then it's like everything in there and it's all thing. And then at the end, it drops the bits out one at a time till it just finishes with a boom, 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 and stops. I think it's a really good bit of construction. Anyway, Severed Heads, weird and fun electro from the 80s. Okay, now here's a weird piece of bullshit. Some Product, Carry On, Sex Pistols. This is just a weird cash-in thing, and it's all sorts of grabs from interviews and whatnot. It's a weird cash-in, but it's an interesting artifact. Sex Pistols, Some Product. Don't know that there's any songs on. But this is a movie soundtrack for a movie that was honestly quite a disappointment, called Salvation, about a televangelist. But some good music. Touched by the Hand of God. There's a few New Order tracks on here. Some Cabaret Voltaire on there. Good electro. Bunch of acts I don't remember. The Hood. But some good New Order and Cabaret Voltaire on this. Notably Touched by the Hand of God. And what do we got here? Okay. I guess this is the only proper Sex Pistols release. Never mind the bollocks. The classics, Pretty Vacant, God Save the Queen, Anarchy in the UK. You got to have that in the collection. All right. God, there's still more. Shriekback. An album called Care that I paid $3.98 for. What's that? Oh, Lined Up. That's a good one. All right. The one I really remember off this is called Lined Up. Really good track. Oh, sorry. I just put this, Laura. What do I think of people who say, I knew them before they were famous? I fucking hate people who say that. Now, honestly, sometimes it's accurate that acts used to be good and they kind of went shit, but gatekeepers, I hate gatekeepers. Oh, nice. Dr. Abigail, you've got a new multimeter making short work of your resistors. I think My Spine is the baseline originally came out before Oil and Gold. Anyway, here's a weird compilation. The Sounds of Sydney, Volume 3. With indie acts from the late... Oh, it's got Paul Kelly from St Kilda to King's Cross. The Scholars, who I vaguely remember. The Double O's, who I don't remember. Happy Hate Me Nots, who I do vaguely remember. X, I remember. The Amazing Woolamaloozers, I vaguely remember. She King, I don't remember. Rockmelons, Time Out for Serious Fun, I definitely remember. Fiction Romance, I do vaguely remember. Sequel Gun Theory, I remember. Surprise, Surprise, I think I super vaguely remember. And Soggy Porridge, I vaguely remember. Kind of shitty artwork on that, quite honestly. And this is a compilation too. This Mortal Coil. This is different artists who were all with the British record label 4AD, and they would form new connections and do like cover versions. Ooh, the high points on this, there's a track called Kangaroo and Song to the Siren, which has the singer from the Cocteau Twins, but apparently the Cocteau Twins absolutely fucking hate it. But this album, the album's called It'll End in Tears, and the album overall is really good and moody. Very hipster. But look, I've got the Twin Peaks soundtrack. Music from Twin Peaks, composed by Angelo Badalamenti. Is it all? Oh, no, it's actually got the Julie Cruz vocals as well, including the Julie Cruz vocals for the main theme. They're released as a song called Falling, which I have to admit I really like. It appears I paid $7 from this. 15 marked down to 12, marked down to 7. And that's why I got this, the Twin Peaks sound, or music from Twin Peaks, anyway. Not strictly speaking, soundtrack. Okay. The Soul Mining. Couple of really good tracks on overall good album. Really good tracks on this. This Is the Day and Uncertain Smile. Love the artwork, actually. Really expressive artwork. Matt Johnson. Okay, we now get... would this be the most embarrassing record in my collection? I'm not sure. but I'll say it anyway. I bought Ostentatious's. Okay, so now you're saying we have done this. That's okay. I'm going to keep going. That's one of the modern sounds of Sydney, certainly. You were listening to Julie Crew's Floating album, which is a track from Twin Peaks. Yeah. That's it. Yeah, you know what? I'm just going to keep going because, like, ostentatious, particular cots through. But again, in my defense, I only paid $3 for it. Ostentatious, famous for Australiana. A lot of this is from live sets, but some of it's pre-recorded. It's got the Phantom Shuffle. Yeah, some's pre-recorded and some's from live sets. Yeah, pick off songs anyway, man. So I've still got to work out which crate I didn't bring out. I'm going to put this as a hot contender for the most embarrassing album in my collection. Okay. Tism, this is Serious Mum, Great Trucking Songs of the Renaissance, which I paid $9.95 for. What's on here? I'm interested in apathy. Saturday Night Palsy, which is pretty funny. Mystery Arts explained. If your creative gets up. 40 Years Than Death is just a good song. Like the other ones are funny. This is a double album. It's not gatefold, but there's two albums in here. The Ballad of John Bonham's Coke Roadie. Martin Scorsese is really quite a jovial fellow. Defecate on My Face, which I think is about Hitler. I Shit Me. The Ballad of the Semitic Nazi. Johnny Be Good or Not to Be Good. I think without a doubt the standout track on this is called 40 Years Then Death. But Saturday Night Palsy is a really good fun song. And again, their silly songs are very fun and silly. Right. We have more than one The album. There's Matt Johnson. He's about to tour Australia, I think. He must be in his fucking 60s, if not 70s. Anyway, this is called Mind Bomb, which I only paid $3 for. Yeah, lovely artwork on the back. The standout track on this is called The Beaten Generation. He's an angry dude. And in fact, I'm not limited to two of the albums. I've got another one. This is the first one they're going to do. This is probably my favorite. The album, Infected. Again, I love the artwork. The good tracks on this. Infected, Out of the Blue, Sweet Bird of Truth, Slow Train to Dawn. Good album. And moving on. What's here? Scattered Order. That's out of order. That should be an S. Career of the Silly Thing. I think I paid 95 cents for this. This is very weird avant-garde electro stuff. 1,000 Gene Autry's. I think that, and Career of the Silly Thing. Escape via Cessnock. I think 1,000 Gene Autry's is the track I remember from this. Scattered Order. Very wacky band. Right, I'm going to put them back in the X's. And this is one that's not going to be on Spotify. Yep, I agree. Great Trucking Songs of the Renaissance is a good one. Laura, first vinyl single was David Bowie's Scary Monsters and Super Creeps. Your second was Roland the Rat rapping. Nice. In your defense, you're only 8 years old. Never apologize for Roland the Rat. Tall Shirts were a local Sydney band I used to go and see, which I apparently paid $12.95 for. They were very funny. The song's called Jesus Song, New Neighbor. Kill the Pig was a standout. 14 Wheels was an epic song about a truck driver. Side 2 is Damn, Potato Slime, Rachel Goes to Hell, Strangling Chickens, Child of Woe, and the 14 Wheels reprise. Standout are Kill the Pig and 14 Wheels. God, they were fun to see live. They had a residency at a pub in Petersham, which was walking distance from where I lived in Newtown. They used to go and see them once a week. They were great. Oh, this is out of order. This is a U, and we're still in the T's. Okay. Just going to fix that. Just felt compelled to do that. Because we are up to T. This is the Triffids. This is a very influential. Yeah. Shame. Yeah, I didn't think the Tall Shirts would be on Spotify. They are on YouTube, actually. There are some really fucking weird videos they did on YouTube. You should check them out. The Tall Shirts Kill the Pig on YouTube. I do like them. They were fun. The Triffids, this was very influential. They were a very influential band. What did I pay for it? $5. It's a really only mini album. 3 tracks on one side and 4 tracks on the other. I think the standouts were Property is Condemned and Raining Pleasure was a particularly good one. I do definitely remember pulling this stuff out and saying, we're coming into a couple where I don't even fucking remember. Toys Went Berserk. I think this is a very, 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 very noisy band. John Doe, Did You Ever, Richard Grant? I don't remember any of the things, but fun name, Toys Went Berserk. Yes, I have heard that. I tend to say Renaissance. US tends to say Renaissance. Yeah. Pronunciation is very regional. And yeah, here's another one. 2 in a row where I really don't remember any of the tracks. This mob called They're Biting. Nice artwork again. Quite like it. What are the tracks? This is really only a mini album, 3 tracks on each side. Homelands, Books in the Fire, Wavy Flag. Yeah, I do actually have a vinyl player, and it even has little USB things to record it. So, if I win Lotto, I will hire a lackey to convert all these to digital for me. Should play them again to find out just what the fuck this is like, because I have no idea what this is like. And I've got more Triffids. This album's called In the Pines. What's on this? Sun Trapper, In the Pines. That's not bad. Once a Day. It's okay. Just Fade the Night Away. One Soul. My favorite track on this is called One Soul Less on Your Fiery List. Which also, how good a title is that for a song? One Soul Less on Your Fiery. You'll be the lackey, just happily converting everything to digital. Yeah, I have to win Lotto so I can afford to pay you to do it. Right, so now we're in the U's. And look, we have extremely classic young U2. October. It's got Gloria. Actually, that's probably the standout on this album. They're so young on this. They're so young. 1981. Jesus Christ. 40 odd years ago. My God. Okay. Still in the U's. The Ups and Downs. This is also pretty obscure. I have no idea if this will be on Spotify. Ups and Downs, great pop music. I apparently paid $10. This might have been their only full-length album, Underneath the Watchful Eye. Couple of really good bangers on this. The first track, Moments Away, and another one called Lit by the Fuse. But just really good guitar pop music. 80s stuff. And more ups and downs. This is an EP. This has probably got the best stuff they ever released. Sleepless. A single called The Living Kind, which is fucking amazing. And they do a cover version of Neil Diamond's Solitary Man, which is fucking incredible. It's really good. It's amazing. So more U2, more early U2. Boy. What's on Boy? And what year is this? This is 1980. This is older. I Will Follow. I remember that. Everything Another Time, Electric. Yeah, I think the standout on this one is I Will Follow. But this is 1980 U2. Good Lord. I feel like an absolute hipsters, like the only U2 I have is their very early albums. This one to me, ultimate 80s party album. Like I went to parties where this was just played end to end. Violent Femmes, Blister in the Sun, Kiss Off, Please Do Not Go, Add It Up, Gone Daddy Gone. Such a good album. Violent Femmes debut album. Absolutely amazing. Oh yeah, I loved U2's Beautiful Day, actually. That was probably 20 years after those albums I was showing. Oh yeah, I actually like the Joshua Tree album. They were probably overly serious and self-important on it, but still good. All right. Suzanne Vega. Does anyone remember Suzanne Vega from the 80s and 90s? Solitude Standing is the album, and there was a track called Solitude Standing. But her big hit was called Luca. My name is Luca. I live on the second floor. I live upstairs from you. Maybe you've seen me before. Oh, and it's also got Tom's Diner, which is an a cappella one. Which some hip hop act appropriated and put hip hop beats on. Oh, and we've got another one that I have no idea what it fucking sounds like. It's some punk compilation. Vortex Live, Volume 1. It's just all punk shit. And shit, I mean, fun stuff. The Wasps, Mean Street, Neo, Bernie Torme, Art Attacks, Suspects, Maniacs. I don't remember any of this. This is just some wild punk shit. Is there a price sticker on that? What did I pay for it? I think I paid $7.99 for it. Why? Anyway. Ooh, now we're up to W. The Wooden Tops. Again, what a great artwork. The album's called Wooden Foot Cops on the Highway. What are the tracks on this? Maybe one last. You guys say what they want. You Make Me Feel, I like. Wheels Turning. What You Give Out. I remember really liking this album. I only paid $4.99 for it. $4.99. It was new. Okay. Oh, now we get some Waterboys. We got several Waterboys albums. This is my ultimate Waterboys album. This is the C. Got The Whole of the Moon on it, which I think is the one everyone knows. And even the closing track, This Is the C. Oh, I thought Red Army Blues was on this. I'm getting confused with another album. But I think Whole of the Moon is the archetypal Waterboys song. But that's not my only Waterboys album. A Pagan Place. Oh, this has Red Army Blues on it, which is fucking great. I do have a bit of a soft spot for the Waterboys. I quite like the Waterboys. Some of their production styles are a bit overblown and whatnot. Oh god, this guy does such good music, such good pop. Pete Wiley. He also released a bunch of stuff under the name The Mighty Wah, or just Wah, W-A-H, but also did some stuff under his own name. The title track, Sinful, is really good. Shoulder to Shoulder, really good. Break Out the Banners. If I Love You. God, it's and look at it, it's just like a perfect pop star. He should have been a much bigger star. He just did really good pop music. Oof, more wooden tops. This album's called Giant. Again, nice artwork. What are the tracks on this? Get It On, Good Thing. Yeah, I like that track. Love Affair with Everyday Living. Travelin' Man, I remember. I remember Good Thing and Travelin' Man off this. 80s. Oh, here we go. We're back in Australia now. Warumpi Band, I think they have the record of being the first Australian band to release tracks recorded completely in an Indigenous language. Their debut single, Jelangara Pakonu, which is on this, which translates as Out of Jail. It's got really good songs on it. My Island Home is an absolute fucking epic. But so many good tracks on this. No Fear, Jelangara Pakanu, My Island Home, Secret War, Yongu Boy. Didgeridoo Blue is an instrumental, if I remember. Tilaru Tilaru, which translates as sad and lonely, which is just, I think, heartbreaking sort of country ballad. Oh, and the last track, From the Bush, is hilarious, with just the lead singer just screaming in it. I'm from the bush. Don't be shy. Okay. This is new wave music. Wave News. It's a compilation. It's got Depeche Mode, The Dead Kennedy, The Damned, The Exploited, Fad Gadget. This is actually a really interesting compilation. Depeche Mode, New Life, Disco Man, The Damned, Max Meldo, I don't know who that is. Lovely Previn, don't know who this is. Iris and Gaza, I vaguely remember. Oh, What's This in the Dark? Joe Breda, I remember that. China Doll, Medium. God, I must have played this a lot because I kind of remember a lot of the tracks on here. The Exploited, Hitler's in the charts again. Man. Okay, new wave post-punk stuff. Hey, Alfie. How you doing? I'm not going to shave my head. So, do I like the bush? I mean, I grew up in the bush. Not a huge fan of it. The Wet Ones. Feminist sort of post-punk band. Album or EP called It's a Pre-Moistened World. And they have a really funny song, We Are the Wet Ones. It's just a 4-track EP. God, I paid $14.99 for a 4-track EP. I must have really wanted to get into it. Oh, this is the one I put in because it was out of order. Wise Blood. This is probably the darkest, most evil, demonic album I have. Dirt Dish by Wise Blood. Just songs about devil worship cult and serial killers. Prime Gonzola, Where Evil Dwells, Stumbo, Someone Drowned in My Pool, Godbrain, The Fudge Punch. This album's fucked up and evil, and I really like it. And I think it's the last one on order. Weddings, Parties, Anything. Scorn of the Women. I really, again, very sort of folky Australian music. I quite like this. Just almost all the tracks, just really good ones. Hungry Years, Ladies Lounge, The Infanticide of Marie Farrar, Scorn of the Women, Away Away. Away Away is a great rollicking track. Shotgun Wedding. This is just a good album. They put out a few good albums. The last thing stuck in the back is actually a box set, a 12-inch thing of the Beaten Generation, and it had all these. Oh, they're still in here. Postcards, and a poster which I'm not going to bother to fold out. And there was an enamel pin as well, which I lost because I used to actually have it on my leather jacket because I was a cool dude. And I lost it. But there you go. My throat's dry from talking like a motherfucker. And yes, Strictly Sega, I think you're right about. Some people don't get paid enough attention to as a child. All right. So we've established I have actually done that box before. I have to work out which box I haven't done and maybe try and get my shit together and have that one for party night next week. I mean, I could go out and do it now, but I mean, I should know. I don't know if you kept the lists strictly Sega, but it's kind of like what letters of the alphabet am I missing from that? Usually pull 100 songs. Yeah, well, if you, God, I could probably do it now if you worked out what letters the alphabet. Like Laura, yes, I would love to have you on and join me. What I might do is have a very brief comfort stop, as they say, um, and then bring you on because I do thoroughly enjoy talking with you. Uh, and also give me a bit of a break from talking. But um, where are we? Oof. Okay, what will I do for a time filler? The AIDSy zombie apocalypse, or actually our recent video about a visit to the Elysian whiskey bar? Brown alert. Now I just have to pay. I just have to pay. Um, okay, so Strictly Say has posted the list. So, okay, we had the start of the we had the start of the alphabet because we've got the angels, and that's the end of the alphabet. It must be the middle of the alphabet because I did the 12-inch vinyl, and I'm sure there's one we didn't do. Must be the middle of the alphabet. Yes, it's only a yellow alert. Now, I'm looking at Discord now. So, okay, so where are we? Sorry, Discord. I'm just going to look. Oh, wait, what the fuck, Spotify? What are you doing? No, fuck off. What the fuck? Bowie, Billy Bragg. Yeah, okay, so that's okay. That one is the start of the alphabet. So, wait, who do you want for your love? Which one is this? Bicycle Work, Redskins, Reels. Yeah, okay. It must be the middle of the alphabet that's missing. Okay, well, that tells me what one I should be getting. All right, so no one voted. Should I put anything on? Put the AIDSy zombie apocalypse or the actual recent video I made about visiting the Elysian whiskey bar? Uh, which of these things? I don't know. I should maybe get some more ice. Maybe do a highball. Or maybe I'll just do it in here, actually. Oh, wait, that must be Mrs. Angry going to bed. Am I going to get my breathing apparatus? Is the question. Okay. You know what? No, I'm actually sure I'm missing the middle of the alphabet. So anyway, I'm going to put the Elysian whiskey bar on. All right. I'll be all right. Just a little bit of entertainment while I go and pee and get my breathing apparatus. So I'll be back in, I don't know.
My name is Yao. I'm one of the founders here at the Elysian Whiskey Bar. We're one of two of us. So we're a very small team, basically a small whiskey bar, neighborhood bar in Fitzroy, focusing on independent bottlings of whiskey, kind of harder to find things, and classic cocktails and kind of general good times.
Why did you decide to open a whiskey bar?
Just really, really like whiskey. No romantic story, just really like whiskey.
What do you think is special about whiskey? Because I feel like it's got a character and mystique that other spirits don't have. How do you feel about whiskey?
In my opinion, I would say whiskey has the widest flavor palette of all the alcohols. So I mean, just based on the kind of rules and stipulations on what can be called whiskey, it's a really wide category.
Mhm.
So you got variations in different kinds of raw ingredients, like different kind of grains and whatnot, and also the amount of the different kind of barrels that you can use.
Mhm.
Just creates a really, really wide flavor combination. So you never really get bored. There's so much whiskey out there, you'll never try it all. You can try, but
You try. Well, how many whiskeys do you think you have here?
so we try and keep the whiskey selection here at a ballpark of about 350 to 360.
Mhm.
We find that that's a pretty manageable number for quick rotation. So on average, we rotate about 6 to 10 new whiskeys a week.
Mhm.
So that means within a year, you probably rotate about 2/3 of the back bar brand
Okay.
new. So if you don't come here for a year, you probably
Oh,
2/3 of
yeah.
the back bar will be new, and it keeps things interesting for our whiskey regulars.
How about at home? Do you keep a lot of whiskeys at home?
That's a secret.
Oh.
I will not say how much whiskey I have at home or how much alcohol I have.
What's the decision process you go through when you are restocking? Like, what do you look for when you decide you bring in something new?
So a lot of the new whiskeys of the week kind of sit up on here.
Mhm.
And as bottles kind of die, you may see a couple of spots in the back.
Mhm.
You get kind of filled back there.
Mhm.
And then that's one of the factors of, okay, what do we need to stock for next week? We need to kind of fill those holes. And then we look at the flavor profile of those whiskeys. I'm like, okay, cool. There's a lot of sherry cask whiskey on at the moment. Maybe we'll try and look for different other casks. Just have a balanced flavor palette offering that's available to our customers.
What do you reckon is one of the biggest misconceptions about whiskey?
Biggest misconceptions about whiskey.
Or what's something that like you help people understand about whiskey that they might not know?
Oh, that it's not scary. It's not a thing that's luxury product. It's not something that only grumpy old men drink. Everyone drinks whiskey. Young people, old people, male, female, non-binary, everyone. It's for everyone. And for people who say they don't like whiskey, I think they just haven't found the right one yet. I think there's a whiskey out there for everyone.
And I noticed you do have a lot of Australian whiskies. What's your view on the Australian whiskey scene at the moment?
Australian whiskey scene is booming. We've been in a boom for about 10 years now.
Mhm.
So I would consider us to be in what I guess the third wave. Like how there's third wave coffee, whereas it's sort of the third wave of Australian craft whiskey at the moment. We're doing very, very well in the international market. I think just this week, Stoward took out something like 30 medals at the San Francisco competition. They just swept everyone. It's pretty amazing. Good on them, man. It's our most local distillery, so great stuff in them. But for a country with a population of what, 26 million, something like that, we have a lot of distilleries. I think ballpark, just whiskey alone is like 300 or something like that. I think overall we got like 650 distilleries in Australia right now, like including gin and all that, which is a lot of distilleries, but also kind of speaks to the kind of people we are in Australia. Maybe
So you often put together whiskey flights for people from all this selection. What's the sort of decision-making process with putting together a flight?
So that's usually the easiest way is to have a conversation and then kind of figure out what they want, what they don't like. And also, like, if there's anything in particular that they wanted to taste. Sometimes people come in, they're like, oh, I really want to do a flight of whiskeys. I've heard about Japanese whiskey. I want to try some Japanese whiskey. Cool. So let's include one in that. It's like, oh, I don't like smoky whiskey. Cool. So we don't include any of that. Or we might include something that has a little bit of smoke just to kind of see where they're at. And, maybe they just tasted an overly smoky whiskey that they didn't quite like. Or maybe just didn't agree with their palate, or, or they had it in a situation that, it wasn't enjoyable for them. The environment does help change your perception of whiskey. We do have a lot of customers, who are big collectors who buy the similar kind of bottles to us. They're like, oh, somehow the whiskey tastes better here. I'm like, yeah, because I'm serving you and I'm cleaning the glasses. That's why.
So, besides the tastings, you also do cocktails.
Yes.
What do you think makes a good whiskey cocktail?
Not just whiskey cocktails. Like all cocktails should have some sense of balance. It can't be a cocktail that's too sweet or too bitter or too sour, because it becomes tiring to drink. So I think a cocktail should be. I think balance is the most important thing. You can be booze driven, but also you need it to.
Sorry, I just decided to cut in, even though the video is not over, because I'm back. And I looked at the. I think I have brought all the vinyl out, because I was looking at the middle of the alphabet, and it's like Christine Levin and Monty Python. Did I bring? I feel like I brought that out at some point. Am I crazy? I mean, maybe. But I feel like I have talked about that, because New Order were in there too. And New Order were on one of those playlists. Angels. New Order, Redskins. Oh, you know what? No, I think I might be wrong. I think maybe that is the box, because New Order were out of order. They're in this box and they shouldn't be, and that's why they're in. Okay, so I think it is the box that has Christine Lavin and Monty Python in it. I don't know. I'm so easily confused. It's just a whole thing with me and being easily confused. So I'm just gonna close some tabs on my browser so it's less confusing for me. There we go. It's all good in the hood, and I don't know if anyone's still here. But, I'll soldier on regardless, because what can stop me? Nothing, I say. Hey, Heine, I'm glad you're there. Everyone else has been quiet, which is fine and acceptable. We can all be as quiet or engaged as we want to be. But that was a weird experience, going out and thinking, no, I've definitely brought that album out, and then coming back and go, no, I definitely don't think I have. But I did not bring the box of the vinyl with me. But I can. Particularly Strictly Sega, if you're feeling like doing another playlist, because that would be the one to go, the middle of the alphabet. Right, sorry. Now I was thinking of doing a highball. I have to decide which whiskey. So you've done all your bike maintenance, got the washing hanging up. Ugh, dude, fucking progress. When I'm going to wake up tomorrow, I'm going to have to. I did put last week's on a rack, and I put the shirts away, but it's like the singlets and undies and socks, I think, are still in the rack. So tomorrow, when I go to do this week's laundry, I'll go, oh, while that's in the machine, I should clear everything off the rack and put it away that I put there a week ago and haven't bothered to take off the rack. So, yeah, okay. So if you're in the mood, I think I definitely, I was second guessing myself, but I definitely know which horse. Okay, bring another crate out. Will I do it? Will I do it? Bring another crate out. Yeah, it's Friday night. Do it. Bring a crate out. Yeah, I'll do it. Okay, now I know what to do. This again, less than a minute. Although the crate's a bit heavy, so we'll see. Okay. Okay. I'm back. Dr. Abigail, you missed the days you open up a device, salvage components from them, like resistors and capacitors. Everything's. See, I kind of half understand why that's troubling you, but it's also too techie for me. Okay. Okay. Strikasega, you're all excited. I'm half out of breath from carrying a fairly heavy crate here, but we can do it. Okay. God, what the fuck is that? Sorry, I'm just looking at something that's in here. It's a CD. Fuck is this? It's not mine. Classical CD. Must be Mrs. Angri's. All right. So we do another bit of history. Starting with the letter H, apparently. Hunters and Collectors, Human Frailty. This is their first really mainstream album. Got a few legendary tracks in there. Say Goodbye, one of the many versions of Throw Your Arms Around Me. God, I remember this album so well. Is there anybody in there? Everything's on Fire, Relief, The Finger, 99th Home Position, Dogs Stuck on You This Morning. But again, obviously the two really big ones on this are Say Goodbye and Throw Your Arms Around Me. Say Goodbye, famous because it has the line, you don't make me feel like I'm a woman anymore. I did, when I was at my college radio station, interview as the drummer, Doug Faulkner, and had a bit of a laugh about that lyric. You don't make me feel like I'm a woman anymore. And he said, oh yeah, we wrote that lyric specifically to see drunken yobbos in their blue singlets saying, you don't make me feel like I'm a woman anymore. Yeah, I kind of feel like we did that, but there's not a playlist for it, is there? Is there a playlist with Hunters and Collectors on it? I feel like maybe we talked about it and didn't turn it in. It's before you were turning stuff into playlists. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. Oh, wait. Devo goes up to, okay, what's a few men? Way to go out. Hoy, idle. Gem. Oh, no, we have done it. We have done it. Yeah, no, we have done it. Okay, I think we've done them all then. We've done them all. For some reason, I thought we'd missed one, but we've done them all. Yes, they loved making the bogans at the pub scream out, "You don't make me feel like I'm a woman anymore." Yeah, no, we definitely, okay, we have done them all. That's okay. Yeah, but that's cool. Okay, it was weird that I thought we hadn't done one of the boxes, but we've definitely done all of the boxes. I'm going to call it a senior moment. It's all good. It's all good. But, yes, good memory lane stuff. But yeah. House Martins, Hunters and Collectors, Hard as Hell. We definitely did this. Billy Idol, The Jam, Jesus Mary Chain, Christine Levin, Model. Yeah, no, we definitely did it. That's okay. It's all good. Gonna do a part 2. I mean, so many. God, there's a freaky number of these albums, actually. Like stuff that hasn't been on a turntable for decades. Like since the 90s. Early 90s at that. Okay, I was going to try a highball. Okay. I just have to decide what whiskey, because traditionally it's like whiskey highball, like Japanese whiskey is traditional, but Scotch is also traditional. Winston Churchill was partial to a whiskey and soda. He would do Scotch. Yeah, see what it's like. Okay. I think I've decided I'm going to do a Japanese whiskey. So I think Japanese whiskey, yeah, my Nika coffee whiskey. We'll do this. What is mine? Goodness me. The Japanese whiskey. All right. Still in the coffee still. Just the other night I come home after 3 months of constant grind and travel. So back in January we did that. See, that's why I don't remember clearly. You can't expect my old brain to remember stuff we did in January. It's just too much. It's too much, man. Yes, Winston Churchill loved ethanol. It's remarkably a Churchill martini is just really cold gin. Because he thought vermouth was diluting it too much. There's the joke that he said, like when he wanted a martini, just like, ice cold gin, and waved the glass in the direction of Italy, because most of the vermouth was coming from Italy. I do also like the line in one of the, I think it's the original Kingsman movie, where the guy's going like he wants his vermouth, the gin on ice and whatnot, and then he's like, just show it to a bottle of vermouth, an unopened bottle of vermouth. which was another fun way of saying very dry martini. The CD mix was in January as well. Damn. There are a couple of videos on YouTube of people going like, okay, apparently this is how much alcohol Winston Churchill drank every day. I'm going to see if I can keep up with Winston Churchill. And most people are fucked by mid-afternoon because he started drinking when he woke up. He would do this. It'd be whiskey and soda. Oh, that's actually quite nice. It's mainly soda water, but there's just a hint of whiskey flavor in there. And in fact, I put more whiskey than Churchill would have in one that tall because he would have several of that. If you have several of those in the morning, you'll be fucked. I think he would only do like even half an ounce of whiskey in a tall. I put 2 ounces in there because I'm a madman. I think he'd only put half an ounce of whiskey in a tall glass with soda, and it's just to have a little bit of whiskey. But he'd have several of those, and then he'd have fucking wine or champagne with lunch, and then you'd be seriously into the fucking gin in the afternoon. Actually, as I regularly say on the streams, let's look it up. Oh, what the fuck is that? How much did Winston Churchill smoke? I don't want to care. Winston Churchill drink. According to his acclaimed biographer, William Manchester, Churchill drank several types of spirits in the evening hours. Okay, this is on... okay. The Churchill Project, Apologists for Churchill, the myth of Churchill and alcohol, a distortion of the record. It's true that Churchill drank a lot and did so every day. Okay, here we go. Churchill limited moderation is quite high. The following from Langworth is a fair approximation of his minimal daily consumption. Several whiskey sodas. Yeah, he had less than an ounce of whiskey in each one, starting in the morning. One in the morning, one at tea time, one at bedtime. He'd ever drink whiskey neat, always whiskey and soda. An imperial pint of champagne or wine at lunch, followed by a brandy, also likely an ounce. An imperial pint of champagne or wine at dinner, followed by brandy. This translates into approximately 6 glasses of champagne, 5 to 6 ounces of whiskey or brandy. By any standards, that's a lot of alcohol. So 1 to 750 ml bottles of champagne or wine, which is a fucking lot. 5 or 6 standard drinks worth of whiskey or brandy. So over a 12 to 15 hour period, they're saying at a minimum, Churchill would drink about 12 standard drinks. That means he's a little bit pissed all day. This person's being an apologist saying like, because your body can metabolize alcohol at 1 ounce per hour. So, he'd be within it. But what they're glossing over is it means Churchill was perpetually mildly pissed. Units of alcohol per week. It sounds like at least 12 units of alcohol a day, which is way too fucking much for every day. And yeah, what it meant is Churchill was constantly in a state of mild to quite noticeable inebriation. Like if over lunch he has a whole bottle of champagne, well, yeah, basically a whole bottle of champagne, like and a brandy, he's going to be really pissed just after lunch. And he does it again at dinner, so he's going to be really pissed just after dinner. But the rest of the day, he's just got this mild, consistent level of inebriation. It's really funny, the people being apologists for Churchill going, oh, he wasn't an alcoholic. Fucking sounds like one, man. 12 units of alcohol a day, every day, sometimes more, but in all probability, never less. Jesus. That's some fucked up shit right there. Anyway, we were talking. You relate an Imperial pint to Star Wars. I like that. Yes, Heine, he was definitely an alcoholic. And oh, sorry, I did actually promise before to do the join the Angry Bunch for anyone who's in the mood. Let's do that. Yes, it did post. I wasn't sure if I was doing it. I wasn't sure if I was doing it right. Did it? Okay. I'm actually really quite enjoying the whiskey and soda. Yum, that's actually really quite pleasant. Yeah, I know. It's just like, how the fuck did he live as long as he did? Fuck's sake. But even, yeah, I mean, the more you say it over a longer period, it sounds worse. But minimum, but by even people who are being apologists for him are saying he was drinking minimum 12 units of alcohol every fucking day and regularly drinking more than that. So, holy shit. That is some fucked up drinking right there. Ooh, that finally did what I wanted, I think. Did it? I don't know. It's all good in the hood. Hello, Laura.
Hello there.
How you doing?
Not too bad. Got my hair done.
Oh, nice. Looks nice.
Yeah.
Oh, Heine's joining us too. How are you doing, Heine?
I'm good. Can you hear me?
Yep, all good. Sounds good.
Oh, how about that?
Nice.
Put it atop my new monitor.
Are you watching us on the new high-def monitor?
Yeah, it's attached to my computer. It's just it also attaches to my Blu-ray player and stuff like that. It's got multiple ports. So yeah.
I swear to God, I was going to make a joke about put the thing out and he will appear. And lo and behold, he did.
Well,
How you doing?
no.
Just taking it easy. Nice. Love that top, Laura, too. The panda top.
Oh, it's my pajamas.
That's fine.
That's you.
Yeah,
So what's that?
2 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm wearing pajamas.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's the way things go.
I think he's talking about you, Heine. You can see like movies or something behind you.
Yeah, they're all my Blu-rays. I might try switching over to another window so I can see the. Oh, this will work.
Yeah, Pat's worked out it's too much sex if he joins us with no shirt. So
Shut up, Fred.
he's being a bit decorous tonight and wearing a Teenage Mutant. Again, very stylish shirt, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. But
oh, yeah.
yeah. Hey, did you see any movies this week? Because what was the last one you told us about? The Imaginary Friends one. If
Yeah,
was the last one you told us. Oh well, I get to do a movie review next week. Say if it's the best movie, Furiosa. I'm going to see Furiosa tomorrow night.
that's cool.
Yeah, I'm quite looking forward to it. It looks pretty cool.
So Pat, is that what you wear when you have to clean your blood-stained clothes?
Yeah, a dark shirt
No.
doesn't show the blood stains. Yeah,
No, I saw working with YouTube, you know that.
that's all good. Yes, I think Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes got a best movie rating. Yeah, it's a good one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
I wanted to watch Civil War, but I never got around to it.
Yeah, I watched that in IMAX. It was pretty overpowering in IMAX. And again, it was like one scene. I'm watching, and it was like there's one scene that was actually really quiet, and I'm sitting in my chair going, they're going to do a smash cut to really full-on weapons fire. I just know it. And sure enough, it was like no warning from this quiet scene to just deafening automatic weapon fire. Which, like, yeah, it worked. But yeah, and again, it's kind of like anyone who knows actual combat, particularly urban warfare, they've almost universally said, oh no, the combat scenes in Civil War are the realest combat you'll see in a movie. It's apparently has captured urban warfare really well. I can't even say the bit, and because the bits I didn't like were actually really minor, but and I can't say them without being spoilers, and I don't want to do spoilers, but it was overall really good and really quite intense. And they would flip between, and it's quite good. And again, people who have been war correspondents, because it's from the point of view of some people who are journalists, war correspondents, and you read the stuff from war correspondents, and they will say, like, yeah, doing that stuff in a war zones is long periods of quiet and not that much happening, and then short periods of absolute terror and pandemonium with like weapons fire and explosions and this is it, I might die. But it's like mostly these drawn out bits in between with just these moments of real intensity, and most people say it's captured it really well. So,
did you know that the word pandemonium came from my city?
Came from what? Sorry,
my city.
Your setting.
City.
Your city.
Manchester. It came from Manchester. My city.
Yeah, okay. I swear to God, your accent just got me. I had no idea what you were saying.
Yeah,
Pandemonium comes from the city of Manchester.
Yeah.
It's old.
What in Manchester gave us the word pandemonium?
It was it was just a new word that was invented to describe the noise of milling machines.
Oh,
machines.
Okay.
Well, I didn't know that.
There we go. Little bit of history.
They were hugely loud.
I imagine so. Yes.
And they were
That's
sort of the first
of
computer
brain, are we
that
talking
hasn't
about?
really been acknowledged. Like they put in punch cards into these machines, and then they make up complex patterns, and they were basically the first computers.
Mm.
Oh yeah, the looms that would do the incredibly complex patterns. Yes.
Yeah. They were computerized. They were done with punch tapes.
Essentially, yes, exactly as you say. The punch cards were a computer program, basically.
Do you know, it's quite funny how history has been kind of remade because during World War II, there was a machine called Colossus that was built at Bletchley Park, which was a part of the machine that cracked Enigma was processing Enigma.
Yeah.
And it was top secret and for a long, long time, like the 1970s or something.
Yeah.
And so America had this position in the world that they invented the first programmable computer.
Yeah.
But the reality is they hadn't.
Yeah.
That was just a top secret that they didn't know about.
Right. So here it randomly made pop into my head talking about punch cards and early computers and whatnot. Neil Stephenson's book Cryptonomicon, which happens in a couple of different time periods, notably World War II and our contemporary world, and he's dealing with computing. But in World War II, and it's dealing with people who are related, like, you know, the children and grandchildren of people from World War II and one thing. And there's a guy in the World War II era who's just an incredibly weird genius. And I think modern people would go, that dude's so autistic. He's amazing. But the two wacky things he does is like one, when he's going into the army, they give you an intelligence test to decide where you're doing. And this guy is just like a hyper mathematical genius, but he's so on the spectrum, no one understands him. And the first question is, you know, there's a drawing of a river, and it's like, you know, sort of archetypal picture of a windy river, and it says the current is traveling 3 miles an hour to the south, and a boat is traveling north, set to go 5 miles an hour against the current. So how far does it travel in an hour? And you're meant to go, well, the 5 miles an hour minus the 3 miles an hour means it'll go 2 miles. But this guy just goes, he looks at it and goes, that's not what they want, because it's not taking into account the curves in the river and how that would affect the current and the coefficient. And he starts doing just this mind-bendingly advanced mathematics, and he's writing it all and thing, but he's using notation no one except an extremely high-end mathematician would understand. And he doesn't, in the hour you're given to do this test, he doesn't get past the first question, which the people grading the paper think is a simple 5 minus 3 equals 2. And he hasn't got past that. And all he's done is draw squiggles all over the page that no one understands. So they assume he's a moron, or, you know, like borderline mentally retarded. And they think he's not smart enough to even hold a gun. So they don't put him in the army. He's in a band, like a military band, but he actually likes that because music is all mathematics, and he really gets into it and he loves it. But his other really full-on thing he does at one point, with almost no resources, he's trying to create a computing machine. And of course, all computers do is binary calculations. They just do them faster and faster as they become more advanced. And he does one that's steam powered, and it's like the steam gates open or close various things. And that's the binary, open or closed on these gates is binary. And it's all steam and water. And again, it's incredible. He's created a physical computer, but no one but him understands what it is he's created. And so he's like freakishly intelligent in a way that no one else understands. So institutional people think he's stupid, even just like barely functional as a person. But he's actually got a level of intelligence that's beyond what they can understand. And it's quite well written. Neil Stephenson is very clever how he does it. But yeah. Oh, Abigail, this is a fictional character in Neil Stephenson's book Cryptonomicon. But it is fun. Neil Stephenson has this stuff about explaining computer operation in non-computer ways. Like at one time, like someone who's being held prisoner, and it's like they're nice to him and they give him a laptop, but it's fixed in place and he can't move it. So he's already learned from a friend of his that it's actually really easy to monitor keystrokes on this thing and whatnot. And so as much as he wants to use this computer, he can't, or the bad guys will know exactly what he's doing. And he's being held in a cell. And the guy in the next cell starts saying, let's just play a card game. And he's playing like this physical game with cards. And then it slowly becomes apparent he's teaching him something in binary with the cards. And it's so that they end up being able to communicate just with playing cards because they're converting the card values into binary values and then converting that into letters. And so they're communicating and no one knows they're communicating. And it's just like, Neil Stephenson, you goddamn nerd. Just like, the way he explains really abstract computer stuff in sort of physical, concrete ways is very interesting. Now I'm talking myself into, I've got the book somewhere and I've been listening to audiobooks. I'm sure I can get it as an audio book, actually. Might be really good to revisit it.
I remember when I was doing a computer course, I was going to do programming years ago.
Yeah.
And, it was like before 2000, there was like a real industry in it because, the the millennium bug thing was a concern. So millions of coders were basically just going through bits of code, changing, 2 digits into 4. And so when I was doing this course, we had to do some mathematics, and we were having to learn binary as as like mathematics, adding binary together. And, your brain sort of, it takes, it's like you're so used to doing everything in base 10 that doing it in base 2, and then you have to do it in base 8 or go hexadecimal. And suddenly you're having to sort of relearn a very basic principle, just adding numbers together.
Yeah.
But now it's not, it's not 11 anymore. It's, A or whatever it was. I think it was A. It just like, oh, well, it derails your brain at first, but then you sort of get to understand it better.
Yeah. So I did just look it up. Cryptonomicon, the audiobook's almost 43 hours long, so that'll keep me busy for a while. I remember it being a very big book, like physically big book. I have the physical copy of it somewhere. Oh, Strictly Sega, I do remember. I both remember you ordered the 2 PCs, one for you and one for Soph, and you did say the other night they fucked it up, basically. So you're saying the motherboard had no expansion slot, so you returned it, went there, but you did get it redesigned more for your needs. Okay.
I was pissed off last night. My computer blue screened on me and went and deleted my OneDrive.
Oh, damn.
So all my documents, pretty much everything I've done for the last 2 years that was on my desktop, and I have a nasty habit of dumping stuff on my desktop.
Yeah.
All gone.
Damn. Ooh, damn.
Now I'm lucky in some things because I kept copies of certain things, like my documents. I put that on my RAID drive. I've got a NAS box with 4 drives in it. So I've got that, but the problem is I've got an added new password since because I've got a folder that I have all my passwords in. It's got an encrypted bit on it. Well, of course, that the original one is gone. I was stupid. I didn't think to back it up. Apparently what's happened is that OneDrive was filled, and so when it crashed, it went and deleted everything that happened after it was filled, and I didn't realize. And the only reason I ended up using OneDrive is because I was just like getting it all set up, and it was just the default.
Yeah.
So I just sort of went with the flow.
Yeah.
Damn you, Microsoft! Damn you to hell!
Yes, I swear I say that 3 or 4 times a day minimum. It's just like work, being reliant on the Microsoft suite and just ridiculous shit happening, and it's like, what the fuck, Microsoft? What are you doing?
Normally, it would just be annoying. Right now, it's a bit of a catastrophe because on Sunday I get on a train to London, and on Monday I go to Japan.
Yes, you've got the trip coming up. Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
It's really close now.
Yeah. Oh, well, I think you're going to have a fantastic time and can't wait to hear tales when you get back.
Yeah, I'm really excited about it.
Yeah, I think you're going to have a fantastic time. It's going to be great.
Yeah, I've done the itinerary now.
Oh, cool.
I had to put it all back in again because it went and lost, the documents folder where it's all in. So fortunately, I've got it all in. I did it all through Booking.com.
Yeah.
So I've got the locations and when and where, and so I can now put them back in. So let me. I'll show you where I'm going. That's not.
Yeah.
It's. Okay.
All right, where are we?
So here we are in the world, and here's Britain, the center of the universe, of course.
Yeah.
Weirdly, kept one thing. I don't know why it kept one thing, but Anyway, so I will be going to London, and I will be staying at a hotel next to Paddington, and there's a direct train that goes straight to the airport. Goes to the airport. So that will take me to. I'll be landing at Narita Airport.
Yeah. Yeah.
And my friend and I, our first hotel is here because we expected to be landing in Haneda, and we got that hotel before we got the flight.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's cool.
So it's just outside, so that's easy enough. And one of the things that we try to do is make sure it's close to a station, because that way it's a bit of a walk. You haven't got to walk half a mile to get somewhere. So that's the first one. Then we'll be doing this one. And that's not too far away from Tokyo Disney.
Okay.
My friend's into Disney. I'm not. I don't really mind either way. So then we're going to this place here, the Henna Hotel, just to the east of Akihabara. It is a robot hotel.
A robot hotel?
Yeah, basically you've got robot people. When you see those
Okay, I need photos. I need there to be lots of photos and stuff when you come back. So
yeah. So we thought.
News lots of times.
Sorry?
I saw that in the news.
You saw it on the news?
Yeah.
So I thought that'd be fun. Now, as you know, I'm into models and model airplanes as well. I found a model shop just up the street from. Let's have a look. I'm going off Dead Reckoning here, so I think.
Yeah.
Let's have a look. I think it's
a Japanese model shop is going to be something. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll know where it is because I'm looking for McDonald's, and I think it's here.
Okay. We've gone down to Street View. There we go.
Is it the one before? I think it might be the one before.
Are we still in London here? Because those roads look wide.
Yeah. Yeah, there it is. There you go. McDonald's on the left.
Oh, yeah, there's a McDonald's.
Oh.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's like walk up the road from the train station. When you see McDonald's, follow it to the end of the block, or the blocks till it gets to the end, and then it's here. So
Oh, neat.
Oh.
and the prices are dirt cheap compared to what you get here.
Oh, okay.
A 148
148.
Hasegawa, so Japanese company, they Hasegawa F-14 Tomcat will cost you about 80 to 90 quid.
Yeah.
They've got them on sale here for about 20, 25.
Damn.
So it's
Okay.
like,
Lost of
Oh,
money.
so I may end up
Yeah.
I may end up leaving there with a suitcase of kit, which I
Oh,
then
God.
there's always too much space in them, so I'll probably end up deboxing some and just compressing them into other ones.
Yeah.
And then I'll be dragging them, for a month around Japan.
My dad's out away very soon.
Where's your dad going, Pat?
I don't know. It's, my dad's away to the plane.
So you know what it sounds like you say, Pat? Your dad's just said to you, "See you, Pat. I'm going away. Not telling you where. I'm just going." That's what you made it sound like.
Yeah, weird.
So
That's okay. I know your dad thinks I'm a bad person. That's all right.
Yeah,
That's
my dad
fine.
said you cut your hair.
All right. My hair's too long. My dad
Yeah.
thinks I'm a long-haired troublemaker. Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough.
So I've got 3 hotels in Tokyo before we then leave, and the first thing we're going to be doing is we're going to be going all the way up to Hakodate. Hang on, that's not it.
Huh?
There it is. So no, that's not it. Wait a minute, where am I going?
Sorry,
There.
I just got thrown. Toby, if you're asking what we're looking at, Laura's telling us where she's going in Japan.
So I'm going to Japan in a couple of days' time. So going to Hakodate and then up to Sapporo. To get to here, so this is a Shinkansen line that goes to here. Eventually, it will continue further on. They're going to dig it through a hole. But for now, it only goes up to here. That's 500 miles. I don't know what that is in kilometers. What, 650, 700 kilometers, something like that?
No. How far did you say it was?
500 miles.
Yeah, it's more like about 900 kilometers.
Wow. Yeah, so that's one train going that far. Now, bear in mind that my country, tip to tip, is about 600.
Yeah.
So the idea of traveling 500 miles on one train in a day is just crazy.
Well, yeah, you're going on the fast trains. I imagine.
And high speed as well. So then we go to Sapporo, and Sapporo, you'd think, there's a lot of green if you notice, not much flattened cities and stuff.
Yeah.
But this city is huge. This is like 10 miles across.
Yeah.
There, so it's very dense. You can see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're staying at that one. So then we it's a long way to travel, because we'll be looking around and then traveling. You see. So then we're going just on the other side, to the north side to Amori. Then it's back down towards Tokyo, but we're not going that far. We sort of go, and then we end up going to Nagano. So that's where they have the Olympic Games, or the Winter Olympics. Sorry. One time. Then we go to Toyama, and Toyama's got some interesting tram lines and stuff like that. It's then we go to the place I've wanted to go to forever, which is Matsumoto. There's this little railway line that goes off to the east, to the west here. It's the Kamikochi line. And it was used in a Japanese drama that I like, and it's like, oh, I'd love to go to there,
Yeah.
and we're staying at. You check this place out. So this is a ryokan, a traditional Japanese inn.
Oh, nice.
So it's this.
Oh, nice.
Whoa, it's big.
Yeah, it's not. It's
That's
really. Yeah, and we're like it's like we get a floor.
Ooh, nice.
So yeah, and it's it's really quite. This building is like well over 100 years old, which is impressive considering the Allies just bombed the shit out of it during World War II.
Yes.
So I'll just go back. Okay. So we'll be traveling around here a bit. It's a really nice little city. It's not too busy. It's wintry. It gets snowy in the winter. So then we go across a wiggly line here that takes us to Nagoya. So we spend the night, and they've got like these gorgeous castles, and all sorts of stuff going on. Then it's across to Osaka. Osaka. It's not quite Osaka. Oh wait, sorry, no, it's Kyoto. Sorry. Yeah, we're going over to Kyoto, then Osaka, then we're gonna go sort of over everything and go to Hiroshima.
Okay.
And there's the Peace Park.
Yes.
So this is the Peace Park, and that's our hotel. So it's not very far away.
Oh, cool.
And wait a minute, is that the Peace Park? Yeah, it is. And there's that. I've lost my bearings here. I don't know why. Oh, wait a minute. Sorry. No, that's the Peace Park. Sorry. That's the Peace Park. And there's that famous Hiroshima place, the building with the dome and everything.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
That's that.
Is that ground zero, or is it near ground zero?
Ground zero is, I believe it's here.
Coming up next.
But yes, it's this area here.
Yeah.
And this was like one of the few buildings that survived.
Domes are excellent at taking weight. They're very very strong things. So yeah.
So then we go. We're going to go over to here. This is going to be like a little trip because you can go across. There it is. You can go across on the little ferry, and there's. I think it's this thing. There's the famous gate. It's a big photography thing.
Yeah.
So if you're going to take pictures of Japan, a photo of Japan, it's one of those like centerpieces, for it. So, but we'll be going across over to Fukuoka. And that's like very traditional stuff. They've got like kabuki theaters and all that kind of stuff. So then we go south to Kurume, and there's this twisty, wiggly. I mean, look how twisty and windy it is. This railway line. There's a bit over here where it literally goes around on itself.
Yeah. So that's not going to be a high-speed train if it's going on a track that twisty.
No. Not only that, Japan is really weird because their gauge is a lot thinner than ours. They use something called Cape gauge in most places.
Yeah.
So that'll get us up to I forgot what it's called now. Oita, that was it. Oita, which goes up to here, which is Beppu, and there is a ferry, and that ferry goes across to the smaller island, the island at the bottom here, which is Shikoku. So we're landing here at Yawatahama, and then up a railway line that will take us up to Matsuyama. And I want to go here for the stupidest reason. Honestly,
Okay.
it's stupid. If if you're not interested in trains, it's just completely ridiculous. So there is this wonderful little bit of track. Where is it? Here. So you've got tram lines and a railway line crossing it at the same time.
Oh, train line crossing tram lines. Okay.
Yeah, and there's another one. Let's try the other one. The other line. No, it's the same one. Let's try the other one. Oh my god, it's gone in the same fucking place. Okay, there's a photo. So you got a tram line with the railway line 90 degrees across it.
Yeah.
And, just... let's see if this does it better. I think this is a different day, yeah. There we go. So there's a tram. And then there's a railway station there.
Okay.
And, you can see how the knitting is just so, and it's just an incredibly rare thing. I'm sure it might exist somewhere else in the world, but this is just so weird that it's like, for a railway nerd like me, it's just interesting. Actually.
So trams don't cross railways in Melbourne, Australia?
Well, that's what I don't think they do.
Usually they'll go over or under.
Okay.
Oh no, they definitely do. Okay, because in my neighborhood they just recently got rid of some level crossings, but until they got rid of them, tram tracks definitely went across train tracks. Not quite like that, but we definitely do have tram tracks crossing train tracks.
Yeah, like I said, it's just weirdly nerdy. I'm going to be staying at this hotel here, which has a great view of the castle area, which is just
nice.
Yeah. Because this is all up on a hill, you see. It's got a little
cable car.
Better than that.
Oh,
a chairlift.
A chairlift. Wow.
So basically, it's like for skiing, but without the snow.
Yeah.
And you can fall off, and you've got a big trampoline there to catch you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That does look distressingly easy to fall out of.
Yeah. Oh dear me! Can you imagine designing? Someone said, "I've got a great idea for a design making something," and it's like, not anymore. Anyway, so when we're finished there, we're gonna wiggle our way up across the coast here, and this way, and then this is where the railway line goes back onto the mainland.
Yeah.
And so we'll be following it up through Okayama, and we're going to Himeji, which has got one of the oldest castles around. So, and this is an original castle, not something that's been rebuilt after being rebuilt because of earthquakes, etc. Or bombing. So then we're going to go across to Kobe, which is there. And then to Osaka for the second time. And we're literally staying across the way from this sort of park thing. However, railway nerd in me notices that there's this really interesting railway depot right here. So might have a little wander down there as well. My friend and I are both into trains, so it's perfect.
Oh, that should be good. Yeah.
And then finally, we'll be winding our way back this way, and we're going through the south area. There's a is it here? What is it there? I think it's here. No. No, it's not that far. Sorry, I'm going off then reckoning because everything got dumped by bloody. There it is. So this is a Japanese air base, but it's got the National Museum, Air Museum there.
What's the deal with all the clay all over the place? Isn't that like it's just like it's clay? That's
Sorry,
just the way
say again?
Is there? Why is there clay everywhere? Airports have grass, I thought.
Sorry, can you say that again? I didn't quite catch it.
The airport, it looks like it has clay around the runways, whereas usually you see grass around the runways.
Oh, right. It's probably just been, dealt with or something. I don't know.
It's just a choice they made.
Maybe it's just dry.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe it's just, dead grass everywhere. Yeah.
Yeah, but like this is a military air base.
Yeah.
I
I think grass does help hold down soil particles, so there'd be less clogging to the engines. It's that sort of thing.
Do you know what? I remember 9/11 truthers trying to claim that there were, military 767s that were used remote controlled, and it's like there were only 5 military airplanes around 767s at the time, and 4 of them were Japanese, and they've got big ass dish, AWACS dish on the roof on the top. So. But anyway, the Air Museum is here. So, yeah.
Was the 767 famous for being able to control remotely?
Well, that's the problem. You can't really... It's the type back then, the 767-200s, they were old-fashioned type of aircraft. So when you pull or steer or anything like that, it's pulling cables and levers and actuate, hydraulics to make the surfaces on the wings move, which is inherently difficult to turn into remote control. If you want to get yourself a 777 or, another aircraft, an Airbus A330, also quite common, which they're all fly-by-wire. So much easier to convert.
The truthers went for the 767 anyway. They just latched onto it, did they?
Well, all it was, there's a guy saying it was a big grey plane.
Yeah.
And there was a logo on it. And, he didn't think, he was just an eyewitness and, didn't think that it was a civilian one. But, and the thing is, if you actually look at it, they were grey on the bottom. They were blue on the top. So that was the United Airlines livery at the time. But anyway, what happened was the truthers kind of cling to one guy saying something.
They did that with eyewitnesses, didn't they? You get these eyewitnesses and they're wide-eyed after just witnessing history and actually being part of it. And they say things and it's like they're still trying to get their thoughts bookended or whatever so they can process what happened on that day. And they'll say something and then they didn't mean it that way, but then it'll be latched onto it and it's too late with those guys. That's all died down now. I never hear any BS about 9/11 anymore. Maybe I could seek it out, but where I go on the internet, there isn't anything about it.
Yeah, I used to be big into it many years ago. It was quite... Some of the stuff they come out with was quite funny. Now, there's one other thing that I sadly won't be able to... We're not doing it, but I'd love to have done. So we're going past a place called Shizuoka, and it is 2 of the biggest model companies are from there. One of them, and I'm sure you've probably heard of them, is Tamiya. Do you remember radio control cars?
Yeah, I do remember them. Yeah.
Yeah. And they do aircraft and car models and motorbikes and all sorts of stuff, like plastic models. And then another one is Hasegawa, which is when I was saying about the Tomcat, which is like it's one of the best models in the world, models you can get. It's an old kit, it dates back to the sort of like, early 90s, late 80s, early 90s, but it still stands as like the best today. And it just so happens that we go past it, and I think it's about over here somewhere. Maybe it wasn't. No, that's the main one. It's on the little line. Oh, wait a minute. I'm on the wrong side. Just across. Oh, I've lost it. It's around here somewhere. There's a station. I've got to just watch for stations. That's what I'll do. It's got 2 railway lines next to it. Wait a minute. That's Shizuoka. Okay. So it's a bit where maybe it's here. It's on the edge of this. I'm sure it's about here. And there's a station.
So if you go in the chat, that's a bit of antagonism from micro USB that I can get behind.
What's that?
Oh dear, this whole thing.
Damn it! This is really annoying because I knew where it was before, just dead reckoning, and now I'm like super doubting myself because I didn't find it the first time. I swear it was over here.
Oh dear.
Like a river and a bridge. Anyway, basically what you've got is it's like there's a station. You'd walk down the road, sort of don't go off towards the left, and they've literally got a starfighter airplane on there. F-104, pointy thing, little wings, rocket, basically a rocket with wings from the 1950s. They've got one of those parked on the roof, and it's just like, wow.
Kind of like you're doing the train nerd stuff on your trip. Strictly Sega was saying he'd just spend time in strip clubs. I'm not saying I wouldn't go to strip clubs, but my big thing would be finding those little bars where they only seat like half a dozen to a dozen people, and you get this really customized treatment from the bartender.
Yes. The comfort bars, I think they're called.
Yeah.
Comfort bars, eh? I'm actually thinking of going on a 10-day trip there, and I'll probably just stay in Tokyo the whole time and have a hotel in Tokyo the whole time, so I can just go out for day trips. And that means if I woke up one day and I was like, no, don't want to do anything today, I can just laze around in my hotel and just have a day off and then get into it the next day, sort of thing.
Okay, I know what I did. I went to completely the wrong place, and I think I know where it is now. It's just across. There it is. Okay, so there's your train station. Follow this down here, just off the bridge, and there it is.
There it is.
Oh, there's the plane on the roof. Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. Look, don't we live in a freaky fucking world where you can just do this and go around and see what's on buildings? And...
Do you know what? I've spent hours, days just wandering around, just to look at places.
There it is on the roof.
There it is, yeah.
Yeah, with a tiger.
I know there are people who play like a game where they get a single image and it's from Google Maps and they have to work out where it is and they have to track it down and find it. And you get these really obsessive people who will do it because you can get some obscure shit on Google Maps. It's just like,
it's I sort of look at this here and I think to myself, gotta look at all those boxes. They could have all sorts of things in them. Model,
who knows what magical thing is in those boxes?
Exactly. It's like, just one of those pallets could satisfy me for years of model. It would be the equivalent of you, sort of seeing a pallet full of different, a whiskey, a company.
Yeah.
That,
again,
whiskey around.
People who are obsessive, you might think the Japanese are obsessive about models, and they are. They are also obsessive about whiskey. They are. I think there's something in Japanese culture when they latch onto something, they get super obsessed by it.
Let's see if this works.
It's whatever it is. Yeah, I think I'm the right age now to go and reenact Lost in Translation. Be Bill Murray.
Okay, that says Tommy Plastic Model Factory. But that's in Tokyo and that's not where it is.
And now I just feel compelled to look that up.
Anyway, I'll tell you the last little bit so it's easy.
Yeah.
So, like I say, we're going past Shizuoka, and then that takes us back up towards Tokyo, and we'll be staying here for a night, sort of overlooking Tokyo Bay, and then it's a train trip to Narita Airport, and then we go on a 3-day trip to Okinawa, which is just like, golden beaches and.
Oh yes, yeah.
So it's like going to Hawaii. It's actually a lot like going to Hawaii because if you look here, you've got Ginawan, which is the big U.S. Marines base.
Oh yes, the American base.
And then Kaneda that is the U.S. Air Force base for for the sort of it's the main thing in the Pacific. So yeah, we've got loads of stuff. We're going to go and look at some of that because my friend and I both like planes, trains, and
automobiles.
Well, I like a bit of that as well. But anyway, we're going to. They got a monorail.
Sorry, as soon as you say monorail, I'm just hearing the Simpsons song.
Monorail, yeah.
Love Langley.
So found a place really close to what's it? And like this is like an apartment. Going to spend 3 days in this in an apartment here. And like the apartment, normally when you go to a hotel, you can use the facilities, which includes, doing laundry stuff. Because we're going to be going for weeks, so I'm not just going to turn up with 30 days worth of clothes. Yeah. It's going to be like maybe a week's worth, and once a week, put stuff in the washing
laundry.
Machine. Yeah. Put it in the tumble dryer, and then it's ready for the next week. But this apartment has a washing machine and a dryer and a kitchen, and and it was like an absolute bargain. It was like £54 per day.
Nice.
So it's just an absolute bargain.
£54.
Yeah.
Which is about 80 Australian dollars.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah.
So, yeah, but like I say, you've got. Let's see if I can find a road. I'm just doing a random spot. So just gorgeous scenery, hot weather. It's tropical. Here we go.
That looks like a nice beach.
There you go.
Look at that. That looks great. Fantastic. So
I suppose
reliving.
You've got that kind of thing in Australia, I suppose, haven't you? So it's probably
there are lots of good beaches in Australia. That is true.
Yeah, so it's probably not a big deal for you, but for me, the Atlantic is just a cold, it's a very cold bit, and Britain is a bit wet and so on. So I mean, I want to swim in the Pacific.
That does look like a really nice beach, honestly.
And this is going to be the place to do it. So, yep, and then it's back to Tokyo and then home. But even that is, even the flight itself. This is the streamer. So the flight itself is interesting because if I show you this is actually the flight I will be taking in a few days. So this is currently going over Azerbaijan. Okay, so that's on its direction. If you notice, can you see how there's this long conga line that goes down here? That's mainly because of two things. Because there's Ukraine, and so everything skirts down the bottom.
Oh, right. So you got to dodge war zones.
Yeah. So this is literally Crimea there, and this is Ukraine.
Yeah.
So
I'm gonna fly over that.
Yeah. So well, originally everything would have flown just straight across. You notice there's a lot of ones here. These are all Chinese airlines.
Yeah.
So they're going a direct line. But everything, the EU has put sanctions on. So, as a result, Russia said, right, well, fuck you, then you're not going to fly over our territory, which is a big chunk. And so these would just fly straight over in a direct line. Think about it being across the planet, Oh, sorry, shit. I just realized I'm not sharing the right thing.
I'm going to say, where's Ukraine? It's not theirs.
I'm sorry. I was sharing the wrong page. I was sharing. Yeah.
I just thought you were just talking and playing around with the mouse at the same time, and they weren't supposed to match. Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Okay. Now contextually makes more sense. There we go.
Yeah. So you can see how busy this is. Europe. Look how many planes there are.
Yeah.
It's bonkers how many. So I'll be taking off from Heathrow over here. I mean, you just look at that, and it's just a big jumble. One of the biggest airports in the world, a lot of countries use them as hubs for, so you get like America, and then you can go to other parts in Europe or, further other places. But anyway, so so here's the Black Sea with Sevastopol, and there's Ukraine. So you can see everything is following this
big empty space.
All following. So if I click on them, there'll be Malaysia Airlines. That's a freight one. Lufthansa. That's a short one actually. Yeah. So lots of planes that go into Delhi there. So coming out traditionally, like I say, you would have just flown over the top like this.
Yeah.
And the Chinese airlines, they do it, but you can't fly over that way anymore. And so everything flies underneath, and we sort of follow this Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, over China, just south of Mongolia, and then it will fly over Korea. And fly into Japan. And
not North Korea.
No, not North Korea. So if we look at this is yesterday's flight, and that's the route it takes. and you can drag this across and watch the plane fly, across with the way the light is working. And this bit, this is night. This is nighttime.
Yes, I guessed.
So it takes off. We take off at 8 o'clock in the morning, and we land at. Hang on, no, this isn't the right one. Because my flight takes off at first thing in the morning and arrives in like tea time, evening time.
Okay. Yeah.
But anyway, so this is the route it takes. Now, when we come back home, we're going with Finnair to Helsinki. And what that one does is this will fly transpolar over the top.
Oh.
So there you go. That's a rough one. So that's gone from Tokyo Haneda to Heathrow. Except for we're going to be going to Helsinki. So this is going to be a round the world trip. On the way there, it's sort of this way, and on the way back, it's that way.
It's the map is doing my head in a bit in that when you scroll left and right, it just keeps replicating the continents.
It does. You could just keep going all day if you wanted.
I know. That's
The
really
world is so big.
with my head.
Which is denser with planes, Europe or United States?
It's probably Europe.
It's close, but basically they're both completely overwhelmed with planes by the look of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's absolutely jam-packed, and like I say, and they take many different routes. I went to San Francisco, so these are probably on those kind of routes. There we go. So it goes over Greenland and then comes down. Usually pops the end of Edmonton, Alberta, and sort of comes in there. That's the route I took, but it's I'm really hoping that I'll be able to get a window seat on the left-hand side, because I want to be able to look out the window and see Crimea and Ukraine in the far distance. I mean, it's a long distance away. It's good, several hundred miles, but you never know.
You can see distance from a high altitude plane. I've taken photographs of clouds before, and it's crazy the sort of depth you get. It looks like it's like 1,000 kilometers sort of thing.
Yeah.
Probably wouldn't be able to see land because it would be covered up by the blue of the atmosphere, but you could be looking over that part of the world from a plane pretty easily, I think.
Yeah. The sad part is that we won't fly over Korea at night. If we were coming back, because we leave at about midnight on the way back, so if we were going this way around, we would do, because there's this wonderful thing. Let me show you. North Korea satellite night. There you go. So this is what. So this is China. Some of the big cities in China. There's a lot of nothing in China, of course, but this here is North Korea.
Yeah,
and with the exception of
it's not a void. There's a country there.
Yeah, and you can see South Korea, modern.
South Korea is completely lit up, and China is mostly lit up. And the black void is not an empty space. There's actually a country there.
Yeah. I mean, you can see this is the border.
God, it's really freaky that the shit that happens in North Korea is able to happen in the modern world.
Yeah.
It's fucking messed up.
Yeah. So it would have been cool to fly over. Because when you fly over the country, you're flying sort of across here like this.
Yeah,
it would be cool to fly over at night and look at the bright lights below you, and then just a little bit north, it just disappears.
Just darkness.
Yeah. I mean, the geography of Korea is Pyongyang isn't that far away. It's up here, but the border for Seoul, the city of Seoul, is not very far away, and literally all the way along here is just artillery. So if a war started off, it wouldn't be an air war; it would be an artillery war.
Yes. And North Korea does make a big show of that as well, that they could do that.
Yeah.
And yes, strictly Sega, it's appalling what the people of North Korea are subjected to. It's just absolutely fucked.
There's a funny thing that always makes me chuckle when I look at the North Korean Air Force, and they've got pretty much nothing. Okay, so most of their stuff, their newest stuff, is MiG-29s from the 80s.
Yeah.
And they've got where is it? MiG-29s, and they've got 35 of them. MiG-21s, which come from the 60s. So this is Vietnam War era. But everything's, what's it? But this is their primary bomber, that they got 80 of them, and it's a relic from the 1950s.
Oof.
It's honestly, it's an ancient, it's a little tiny plane, and that's their primary bomber.
God damn. Strictly Sega reveling in the repression in North Korea makes his laserdisc action important.
Yeah, it's quite amazing, really. I mean, where was it?
Like, no word of a lie, I think there is actually a big trade in smuggling VHS into North Korea, because the people do actually, or at least some people, have VHS players, and people smuggle in tapes from outside of North Korea. It's a whole thing. Do they have nukes? I'm not sure. I know they're China has given them help in various things, but
yeah, they've got nukes, but it's like their ability to fire them is the problem.
Yeah, they don't have delivery systems that are very. But again, if you're in Japan or South Korea, the distance is not that great, and that's why they keep firing those missiles. That it's a demonstration of we can definitely hit Japan and South Korea with.
This is one of the most amusing ones. It's MD-500 helicopters. So it's like basically. Do you remember Magnum PI?
Yes, his little helicopter he flew around Hawaii.
Yeah, so it's basically a modernized version of that, and they got 84 of them somehow. So I just find that quite amusing. It reminds me of one of my favorite airplanes. It is my favorite airplane, World War II, the Beaufighter. So the Bristol Beaufighter. Australia had a whole bunch of them.
We did.
Yeah, I've actually got one in my back bedroom on the wall. There's an Australian one there. In fact, National Aviation Museum, I'd love to go there and see that. By the way, interesting fact, they had British roundels, but they removed the circle in the middle because from altitude it looked too much like a Japanese a Japanese plane.
Okay.
Getting shot down, so they just left the dot out in the middle.
Yes. Also, strictly Sega, that thought literally popped into my head when Laura said she had a Beaufort in her front room. I thought, man, that is a big room.
So there was this,
clarify it was a picture. But yeah.
There's a really interesting story. So Israel flew some. Now, obviously Israel have got a bad reputation right now. And
look, only because they've murdered tens of thousands of civilians.
Yes, I know. That's all.
If you don't take that into account, everything's hunky dory.
Now, as an aviation enthusiast, I can admire, the F-16s that are dropping bombs, but I don't like what they're doing with them. For me, my approach is that defense is about defending, not attacking. And in a war, yes, there is attacking, but if you're gonna target Hamas in a way that doesn't kill like 50 kids in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
At the same time as killing one or two guys or something.
Yeah.
Don't have a situation where anybody whose mates, if you've got like a third cousin who's a member of Hamas, that doesn't mean to say that the third cousin is someone who should be on your target list.
Yeah.
That's shit. Killing women and children is shit. Killing, armed fighters, fine, because that's your target. And likewise, Hamas targeting civilians, fucked up.
Oh yeah, no, fuck Hamas. Yeah,
and
absolutely.
it looks like a country like Saudi Arabia was sort of interested in becoming the new police for the Gaza Strip, but Israel didn't bother pursuing talks with Saudi Arabia over that. But that could have been a really positive step of peace in the Middle East, sort of thing. Like finally the Saudis and the Israelis are talking to each other.
Yeah.
I hope they haven't given up on it. That's just my little takeaway from the current situation. It's not a big thing.
Yeah. Anyway, to go back to the Beaufighter thing, though.
Yes,
so,
a bit lighter.
What happened is in the embryonic phase of Israel coming along, basically, 1948, State of Israel's created. Literally the following day, everybody around it, Syria, Egypt, Lebanon, etc., they all try to attack to try and take it. Because they don't like the idea of it, taking Palestinian land and giving it to, putting a minority in charge of it, effectively. And so, and this only 1948. This only happened because Britain as well, but a lot of America, it was just like racist as fuck. And it's like, well, we've got great sympathy of these Jewish people not wanting to live in Germany and parts of Europe anymore, but don't come here. Go there, go to Palestine, go there. And
it was the classic imperialist thing of destabilize a region with divide and rule, and it's like they can have more control over that part of the world if they enact things that actually destabilize the structures that are in place. It's the classic colonizer imperialist thing to do.
Yeah. So, but anyway, I can admire that in the embryonic phase of the what became the Israeli Air Force, that they were trying to get planes and pilots from anywhere they could to defend themselves. They, like an example of how desperate they were was there's an aircraft called the Avia 199, which is ironically a Messerschmitt 109. So basically what happened was Yugoslavia was making them, making the planes, and so suddenly they've got a factory full of bits of planes, and well, what do we do with them? Well, let's make them into planes and sell them. Unfortunately, there was a fire in the part of the factory that had all the engines, and so what they did was they got the engines off a bomber and they stuck it on the ME-109. Now, if you know anything about an ME-109, you've got the front part of it with the propeller on it, and above it, you've got two machine guns that shoot through the blades. You know, they got like a system so that each gunshot can go past after the blade has gone. So it's designed, it's called synchronization gear. So you can fire through the blades without blowing your propeller off. Well, the problem is the engines and the synchronization gear is designed for a specific engine. So what happened was when they put the bomber one on, synchronization wasn't the same. And so the way that they did this was they would take off, they would fly over towards the sea, they would shoot off a few rounds to see if it would work. And if it blew the propeller off, if your own plane shot the propeller off, you could land. You could glide down and land. If it didn't, you were good to go. That's how desperate they were. They were flying planes that you could shoot the propeller off from the, straight away.
But what's life without risk? It's just, you got to roll the dice sometimes.
Yeah. So when it came to the Beaufighter, what they did was there was I think it was 5 or 6 of them that were purchased by a guy who planned to make a movie about I think it was Canadian Air Force pilots in World War II, but this was a complete ruse. So they were refurbished at Ringway Airport in Manchester, which is Manchester Airport now, and instead of flying north to Scotland, which is where they were supposed to be going, they went south, and they flew over, and they stopped off at a couple of places and ended up in Israel. The ruse was to get these, planes, and then they turned them back into military airplanes again. And you've got to kind of admire, the scheming involved in that. And again, like I say, the early part of the Israelis, because, like I say, they didn't have, there was embargoes on, so they couldn't just go around all the American or European manufacturers and say, right, we need this and that and the other. The only place they could find were from Soviet, Union, I can't remember, it might have been Czechoslovakia actually for the S199. But anyway, like I say, they were going to any extremes they could to do it. They literally had, the C3 Skytrain. It's like
No, the short answer is if you ask me anything about planes or any of these things is no, I don't know.
If you've watched
C3 Globemaster or something like that.
No, that's much too modern. I'm talking World War II transport plane. It's the kind of thing you'd find in the bush.
Hercules.
No, way before that.
Hercules was like in the 30s, I thought. It was sort of 30s and still being used continuously.
Hercules was 1949 was the first flight, if I remember correctly.
Here comes. Sorry, now I've got a Midnight Oil song stuck in my head about Here Come the Hercules.
Is that about the Hercules plane?
It's about the Hercules bombers and US imperialism, basically. So
Hercules weren't really bombers. Oh no, you could dump stuff out the back of the Hercules, so maybe they were used as bombers.
This kind of thing. I'm just screen sharing.
Sorry, I'm just getting it. There we go.
So if you ever watched any World War II movie and they got people jumping out the back.
Oh, that was the paratroop plane.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the Israeli Air Force managed to get some of those as transport planes, and they turned them into bombers by literally the door at the back. They'd roll a bomb out the door,
which technically makes it a bomber if you're just throwing bombs out the back of it.
So, like I say, it's ludicrous, but it's kind of, I don't know. I I can admire the cunning involved.
It's a scrappy little approach to things, is what
It
I'm
is.
saying.
It basically the early Israel Air Force was basically scrappy challenge with planes.
Yeah. Just improvise. What's I think that Bear Grylls does? Improvise, adapt, overcome.
Yeah.
It was yeah. You work with what you've got when you're in dire straits.
But you know, the good thing is money for nothing and your checks for free.
Sure.
You did say dire straits.
Yeah. No. That was actually a good comeback on that. Your shakes for free. Oh, dear.
Oh, do you know what? I learned something new yesterday. I
Yeah.
never knew this was a thing, okay, but I learned it, you know. So yesterday I had my nails done.
Yeah.
Acrylic
They're looking
nails.
very striking. Yeah.
Yeah, they're really, really nice.
Yeah.
I would have them longer, but I do karate and I need to be able to make a fist.
Yeah, yeah, all good. You mentioned trying to do any sort of fighting with long nails.
Yeah, you can't really get a good fist if
No,
you've got
you can't get a
nails
good
that are a lot of
fist,
digging in your hands. Actually, I bought some sparring mitts, sparring gloves. So basically, boxing gloves without the whole covering. You know, it's like the bottom part is open.
I used to do boxing. I know what the sparring mitts are.
And when I was sort of on Amazon looking to which ones to buy, because you could buy different colors, my brain went to General Martok from Star Trek Deep Space Nine. Because you know, it's like I chose white ones, so the blood of my opponent will show on the glove. You can imagine him saying something like that in his growly voice.
Absolutely.
So the blood of my victims will show on their glove.
If it bleeds, we can kill it.
Sorry, not my victim, on my opponents. Anyway, so when I had my nails done yesterday, I was, you know, because they were short, I kept breaking them.
Yeah.
But when they did it, I was expecting them, you know, to sort of stick something on the top of the nail.
Yeah.
No, what they do is they've got like a long piece that glues on, but it doesn't glue on the whole top. It's only at the tip.
Oh.
So it's only about maybe 2 or 3 millimeters at the tip that's glued on. Yeah. And then they've got, and then they clip it to the right kind of length, and they make a general shape. And then they've got like powder and a solvent, and it's acrylic.
Okay.
It's an acrylic powder.
Yeah.
And what they do is they basically put a brush in the liquid, and then put it on the powder and soak it up, and then they paint it on. It's like a thick paste, almost like toothpaste, almost kind of thickness to it. A bit wetter than that, but not far off.
Yeah.
Like a gritty toothpaste. Yeah. And then they paint that on the top, and effectively, if you can imagine, your nail goes like that, and then you got the tip piece on, you know, on like that. Yeah. It then fills in that area and creates, and then they sand it down for a curve and everything.
Oh.
And then the end is shaped, and then they file it a bit more, and then they put the polish on, and it's a gel one, so you stick it under a UV lamp, and it hardens. And it's like
girl time with the girls.
No, strictly Sega and
have Sega.
A fun weekend.
I'll buy strictly Sega.
And Dr. Abigail's going science. The glue's spreading out due to a capillary action. I mean, it actually makes sense what you're saying to me. It's like the bit they put on the end is the really hard, tough bit, and they only put a little bit there, but then that's raised up. So then they're putting that acrylic over the nails so it fills in and it's even, and then they do the sanding. It's some mad science going on there.
It's not just that though, because it's taller now. So if you look
Yeah,
at
it goes
if you look
over.
at my
Yeah, yeah.
fingernail, can you see instead of it going down as it normally would, it
Yeah.
goes up.
Yeah.
It's basically a curve on the top of it. So
Yeah.
it's if you can imagine when they put the tip piece on, it's like a long curved piece going like that.
Yeah.
And then they filled up that center section.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, okay. It cost me 30 quid to get them done. That was a bit pricey. I was a bit annoyed.
I'm just going to throw out. I'm past due to trim my nails. They're getting a little bit long, and this is someone who used to be a chronic nail biter, and by chronic I mean I would bite them down to the point they would bleed. And I don't know. One day I just stopped biting my nails, and now I have to remember. I keep forgetting to trim them, and they get like you're even talking about punching. When I do that, the nails are digging into the palms of my hand.
Yeah.
So I've got to remember to trim them this weekend.
Mine are a little bit longer. Like I said, I need to have them short enough. But,
They're going up. But anyway, that's just because I'm lazy and haven't trimmed them.
Yeah, my instinct was basically that, are you sure? Because when he's first doing it, because it was a guy doing it, guys from Vietnam, when he's putting it on, it's like, are you doing that right? Because, like I say, the thing is, as a model maker, my brain is thinking, okay, you're attaching this thing that's going to be longer, and I've seen women have long nails.
I've seen women have nails out to here.
Yeah. So you get women having long nails, and it's like, but you're only gluing on the tip. That can't be very strong. A little bit of super glue on the top of a fingernail can't be enough to take the load. I'm thinking of it in engineering terms here.
Yeah.
And it's only when they put the acrylic powder
or the extra stuff,
that it becomes like a big blob of stuff holding it all together.
Yeah. Sorry, Dr. Abigail had to go there. Sorry, no, this one I meant keeping the nails trimmed, because you know why. I have to admit, one of my favorite memes I ever saw, it was a woman, and she's holding the nails out going, got my nails done for Pride Month, and they were these really elegant and quite long pointy things with these beautiful graduated rainbow colors, all the nails coming out to these points, except like these two fingers here, which were kept blunt, and it was posed with a ready for Pride, and the number of comments that were like, oh, it's a shame they ruined those two nails. And it's like, yeah, you're not getting what they're saying here. And I just found that particularly amusing, the number of people who didn't know why the nails were that way. And it was just like, yeah, okay.
I have a big sunrise on my fingernails, on my thumbnails. I'm not sure if this happens to everyone. But can you see there's the curved arch, the white curved arch at the bottom of my nail?
Yeah, that's everyone has that.
Everyone has that?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
There's a name for it. I forget what it is, but there's a name for it.
Speaking about nails, or rather nail biting for the Conservative Party, we got ourselves a general election coming.
Yeah, we were talking about that on. You get your Independence Day on the 4th of July.
Yeah.
Independent from the Tories, most likely.
Yeah. So there's a rumor going that the reason why this happened. So do you remember Boris Johnson? And
you can forget Boris Johnson.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So it's like, how do we get rid of Boris Johnson? Because and so for the Conservatives, they've got a system where if they get a certain amount of people that write letters saying, I don't have confidence in our Prime Minister,
yes,
the chair or whatever it is of the Conservative Party kind of keeps them on a file, and when it gets up to the right amount, he can then declare it, and that's when it becomes, a political, fight over who's going to lead the party.
Yes,
we're going to have a vote of no confidence. Is there a vote of no confidence? Yes, there is. Right, they're out. Who we're going to have next? And so we ended up with Liz Truss. and that didn't go.
Nothing went wrong.
Yeah, it didn't go very well, but at least the lettuce lasted longer.
Yes.
And she's tried blaming it on everybody else, like the wokerati or something, So, oh God, do you know what? Do you remember? There's an aftershave or whatever it is called high karate. I'm thinking wokerati is like that's why it's dangerous, because it's like karate, but it's wokerati.
Ooh, I actually like the sound of woke karate.
Yeah, the wokerati will take you down. But anyway, so the a sort of quiet rumor has been that the reason why he called it out of the blue, because it's a ludicrous time to do it. It's like, okay, so yesterday, the day that this was called, so in the morning, it was announced that the inflation had gone down, which is something that the Prime Minister has been like, that's the thing, that's a me thing, you see. The fact it's been going around for everybody everywhere, and like, it's like saying the sun's going to rise, the sun's going to come up tomorrow. Well, it does all the time. It's expected to. So it's not a you thing. You saying, it's going to happen tomorrow isn't a big thing. Anyway, so and like, we're going to send the people off to Rwanda because we've got this really weird idea that, if you want to come across the channel in a small boat, and you win, you succeed in getting immigration status in the UK, you can have your immigration status, you can immigrate to Rwanda. Because effectively, we're outsourcing the UK to Rwanda.
Yes.
So you can succeed in your immigration, in your, yes, you've been persecuted because XYZ. Yes, you can be persecuted in Rwanda. Don't be here, because we're going to give them money so they can take you away. So we'll stick you on an airplane.
And as shameful as it is, Australia is the model for that policy.
Yes. So, it's like, yes, we're going to be having these, the bill's been passed. It's going to be happening throughout the summer in approximately 6 weeks. And 3 weeks later, we've got a general election, which means that the thing is all stopped.
Yeah.
Some of the big bills that have been proposed, but watered down, of course, was no fault evictions. So if you rent your home and the person who wants to rent it has decided, you know what, we think we can get more money for it, so we're going to kick you out and get someone else in, and they'll pay 3 times the price. We'll do that, even though you've lived there for 5 years. And it's not your fault. We're just going to make you homeless anyway. So sorry. Well, they were going to make that illegal, and so no, that's now stopped, because any stuff that's on the plans suddenly gets thrown away because it hasn't happened yet. But yeah, apparently there were just about the right amount of letters saying he's shit to call a no confidence vote. And of course, the main one is because we had the local elections a few weeks ago, and they copped a
pasting. They copped an absolute pasting in those local elections.
Yes. Yeah. And and of course we're expecting it on the general election. So it's kind of ironic. You're gonna love the Get Better thing in a minute. I'll tell you about that.
That's the D Ream song that they were playing at him.
Yeah. If you don't know about this, so in 1997, when you get if you watch American politics and you see like Trump goes onto a podium, you got America, they've got this. He's got like a theme tune for the campaign, for Donald Trump's campaign. Well, when in 1997, when Labour were going, their theme tune with "Things Can Only Get Better," and so you gotta love it. You know that he was in such a rush to call an election, a general election, that he stood out in the rain, and for 7 minutes he was getting wetter and wetter and wetter.
Yeah, the pictures of him getting
the
drenched
water
pretty
all
funny.
over his suit.
Yeah.
You know, they couldn't wait for half an hour until looks like the rain's going to
until the rain passed.
Looks like the rain's going to ease up in about 20 minutes. No, he had to do it now. So yeah, it was like, why the rush? And of course, everybody's pissed off at him. The Conservatives are pissed off at him because suddenly they were going to go on holiday for the summer.
And they can't.
And now they can't because they're going to spend 6 weeks campaigning.
Yeah.
Actually, it's an interesting question. What's it like in Australia for a general election? Because here in the UK, it's 6 weeks. That's it. From
about the same here. Quite short election campaigns.
America, it's like 2 years. I
know the American system's insane. It's absolutely.
Do you know what it reminds me of? Do you know what Cadbury's cream eggs are?
So what? Say that again.
Cadbury's cream eggs.
Yes, Cadbury cream eggs. Okay.
Okay, so it's sort of an Easter thing.
Yes.
On Boxing Day, they will be on sale at the stores.
Oh yeah, Easter stuff shows up in Boxing Day here too. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I was also going to bring this up. The famous physicist Professor Brian Cox was in D-Ream. It's
really?
So funny. You look at the old video of Things Can Only Get Better, and you can pick Brian Cox in the band. He's.
Okay, I don't know why, but I really need to find out now because I feel like I'm being trolled here. I saw
that seem to floor you. No, absolutely for real. In his youth, Professor Brian Cox was in a boy band, namely D-Ream. Go look up the video and you'll recognize him.
Yeah.
Now that you know he's in it, you'll recognize him in the video. Also, look, honestly, I am absolutely busting to go to the loo, and I think I might actually go to bed, seeing I have to depart from in front of my camera. So I thank everyone for hanging out, and gosh, I'm probably not streaming again until Tuesday because tomorrow night's a date night, and so if anyone's around on Tuesday, I'll probably be around doing a stream on Tuesday. But other than that, I'm going to be chilling out on the weekend.
Well, I will not be hanging out on Tuesday because I will be in Japan by then.
Exactly.
And do you know what that means?
What does that mean?
It will be the closest we'll ever be to each other.
Oh yeah, no, Dr. Abigail was saying that. You're like so close to us. It's very close to the same time zone.
Yeah. So, like I say, we'll be on the same side of the planet, I suppose.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you want to check out the Colonials?
Yeah. Not including, of course, the time you came to visit the UK.
Yes.
Which I hope you'll get to do sometime. I will not be able to afford to go to Australia anytime soon.
Yeah, I haven't traveled for ages. I would like to travel again. But I'm going to, travel just to my convenient facilities in the house and then travel to a bed. So thanks, everyone, for joining in.
I will see you in about a month.